Hello, let me just say I don't like either of you.
Well, that's understandable. How about that new intro video? Short and sweet. Howdy. How the hell is everyone doing? I see there are people already here and ready to go. It looks like Troop must be fired up. And Amanda Wheeler. Here's Amanda Wheeler. Hello, Amanda Wheeler. You're one of my new favorite people in the whole wide world. Yolanda and Mark and Raj and Richard and Bruni and Tom. Howdy. And Skip. Skip's mad. But we might be playing some cat videos and cute and cuddly animals. You never know what the hell we're gonna do. But howdy. And we got some shit for you guys. We got some shit. We're all fired up here. We got and chaotic because I've been working on a project for CAFRA for a week. And I've been buried in old episodes. It's crazy, but I'm going to show you guys one of the most amazing things that shows that this show that you're listening to and watching and all this right now. Amanda's on her way home from GTFN, and she's apparently at LAX on her way home. Demetrius is also home from Greece. But yeah, there's a thing that happened this week called GTFN. We're going to talk about it. We might, we're probably going to show one video from that. I don't feel comfortable pirating from our friends, but this particular thing, I might do it. I said no earlier. Somebody asked me, and I said no because I didn't feel comfortable. But we're probably gonna play it anyway because it's really good. Yeah, we're just gonna have some fun. Steve Forbes has done some amazing videos about vaping, and he did a new one. We'll probably play that. We're gonna talk about some other shit. Yes, we can fucking cuss on this show, Amanda. Anyway, hey, let me bring in my brother from another mother. He's actually like older brother from another mother. But anyway, there's Kevin. Hello, Kevin. Did you see Charlie says he doesn't like either one of us?
Either one of us. He's a very smart man. I appreciate that very much. And how the fuck are you?
Low chaos because like I said, CAFR video thing, which is a really cool project that we're going to talk about in the future. I'm not the one that's going to let the cat out of the bag on that one. Yep. But that's a thing that's going to happen. And hey, Amanda says Kevin with 4 exclamation points in the chat room.
What?
Anywho, Bucky's here.
They like me. They like me better than you. That's all.
My wife's battery in her car died like on Wednesday, but she works like before. She doesn't get off work before the part store closes. So I haven't been able to. So I've been driving her. Like this evening, I had to go and get her. So I was late getting the show started and getting the show set up. And like I said, I was in the middle of doing videos, and I've been listening to old shows, which sounds like I'm all about my head, myself. It's sort of egomaniacal sort of thing, but it was for a project. So I've been listening to, really cool stuff that we've done. And I found this really cool video that was on a show from, I don't know, when was Charlie on the show last?
6, 7, 8 weeks ago.
Okay, so about 2 months ago. So keep
maybe
keep that in your head 2 months ago, because something happened on a show 2 months ago that proves that not only is this the best vaping show on the internet because of all of the amazing guests that we get, but not only do I predict the future, but our guests predict the future on our show as well, as perform science on the show. But this week was pretty chaotic and we're not going to go. We have no order of operation tonight, Kevin.
Oh, good. Oh,
this is
reckless,
full chaos,
reckless abandon,
full like crazy chaos. But I did call the show Depression Sticks. I think I'm going to save the best for last. So we're going to start with the worst at the beginning. So we're going to
fine.
We'll do the Depression Sticks, but so we'll go right into the video that shows that we have the best people ever on our show. How about that?
Let's do that.
So let me show this. I'm gonna share a video file that I just created right before I had to go get my wife. So it's here. It is about a 4-minute video.
All right.
So here we go. Oh, I have to hit the open button.
But your question was how do we get the discussion going again? So that was in my perfect world. We would have a new kind of report, and it wouldn't be about e-cigarettes, from the NASEM, from the National Academies. It would be about just nicotine and its potential health benefits for all of these things how effective is it for weight control? We do have an epidemic of obesity in this country, and I'm not looking at you, Patrick.
And they prescribed smoking in the 50s and the 40s.
Yes. Oh, yeah. But women have known this since the 30s, that they would smoke to stay slim. Ballerinas have known this for 100 years, that you smoke to stay slim. And you would think it would be the opposite, right? Because it would mess up your lungs and you wouldn't be able to be the athlete that you need to be on stage. They smoked. A lot of dancers as well. So this is like personal experience. This is like with cannabis. People say it really helps me with whatever, my issue. And lots of health benefits are ascribed to smoking cannabis. And they may be right. And it may be that we haven't devised the right study to confirm that. But we're talking tens of thousands of people using nicotine to control their weight. Well, weight loss, man. So we haven't even talked about that. And if that were true, but then you've got people on the other side saying, well, but experts disagree.
So this is the part right here. Ready, Kevin?
Which is a kind of typical merchants of doubt tactic. And the same will be said for nicotine benefits in Tourette syndrome, ADHD, autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, a lot of research is looking at cross-sectional studies that find associations and trying to claim that nicotine causes those things.
They want to
when all logic says that people with those things are using nicotine because it helps them, so we're going to face that. But one of the ways to deal with this is to get people to tell their personal stories. I should be the last one to ask anyone to do that. Why? Because an adult living with ADHD is already stigmatized. Or any of these other issues. You have enough stigma to deal with. And now you want me to go out in front of a camera or do something with reporters and confess that I use nicotine, the demon drug, to help me. It's a double whammy. So it's kind of I'm asking for your advice, for your opinions. Like, how do we address this? Because I think it's a real thing. I think it's a real benefit, and I think it's really ignored. And I think it's kind of like a winning point for the team, but but it's hard to find the right way to address this respectfully for the people who are benefiting from nicotine.
So Charlie predicted 2 months ago that they were going to use some shoddy science because people that have problems use nicotine, and then say that people that use nicotine get these problems. And here we are. I think we're day 6 into this BS, that this depression sticks BS.
Right.
So when I was listening in my car today, and I heard that, and I was like, oh shit, I forgot he said that.
Yeah.
And then the depression, then I was like, aha, he's a smart guy.
The caliber of professionalism oozes.
So for those of you that have not seen this, I'm going to suffer through this. I'm going to suffer through this and play this for you guys. I have to rub it and make it bigger and do all sorts of stuff. So give me one second here. Let me do this. Boom. All right, I did that. I got to go over here and hit share screen. I'm going to share screen. I'm going to share this screen. I'm going to click the audio button so that I don't screw this up. I'm going to make sure when I go over here that the audio is full. And let's just look at this, Kevin.
Why be happy when you can be sad? Depression Stick can amplify feelings of depression and anxiety. Depression Stick. Learn more at depressionstick.com. Why be happy when you can be sad?
Why be helpful when you can be an asshole?
Yeah, why be public health when you can just make up shit? On the actual campaign, or not campaign, on the Truth Initiative website, they actually already have information on their website that shows that nicotine does not cause this.
Right.
But they went ahead and spent millions of dollars on a campaign that states that nicotine causes depression, right?
So you're going to target people, like Charles said, who are shameful in their own way, or shamed, if you will, and then that'll keep them shut up.
And nobody's calling them on this shit. Like nobody.
Just
us, and we're calling. We're calling it out to our friends who already know all this.
What amazes me is this is about the same time that one of our friends in the room, Skip, was saying things on Twitter that were personal. And Skip, I'm using you as the example because you were a good one. And
not the falling off the toilet tweet, but a different tweet.
No.
Okay.
Right, a different thread of tweets, multiple threads of tweets, sharing her experiences with what she's learning about herself at her age, and cranky as she is. Well, she's cranky. She's cranky. So when they are going to compartmentalize, I hate that word, they're going to construe things in their own narrative when they have it on their own website, opposite completely. No matter who wrote it, I don't give a shit who wrote the piece. How can they contradict themselves on one study, which I didn't even read? It was half-assed as what I heard and saw. So
it's ridiculously silly.
They can say anything they want. Period.
We say amazing things. Amanda Wheeler did an amazing speech, and we will play that later. At the Global Tobacco Forum on Nicotine, or GTFN. Yeah. But we're the only people that are going to see it. right? I mean, it should have been. It should have been on CNN. It should have been on Fox News. It should have been on every media outlet.
Nobody's
but
questioning.
I searched today. I did a search on Global Forum on Tobacco, Nicotine, blah blah blah. And the only article that showed up on a news search was about some Chinese vape company introducing or doing something about new product at the event, or announcing new technology or something. Not, there was a whole bunch of amazing people. I mean, I actually didn't even register for the event this year because I was not. Last year, I was at home with a broken leg, so I was able to participate fully. This year, it was during the work day, and I wasn't able to participate officially, but somebody was actually Zooming with me in my car while I was going from appointment to appointment. So I was hearing this speaker and that speaker. Brad Rodu was there on the telephonically or whatever. He gave, said some really cool things. Farshalinos was there, said really awesome things. So yeah, S'more. Amanda was there. So yeah, I think it was S'more. Yeah. But anyway, Jewel was there. I didn't actually get to hear any of that crap because I was with a patient. But so Pelosa was there. It was there was a lot of great speakers there, and really the only people that are going to hear it are vapors, are people that are in the industry that registered. It's it's crazy to me that all this great stuff that happened, and there are people on the internet that are sharing all the stuff that they can share. We're tweeting like crazy. Skip watched the entire thing and live tweeted during the entire thing.
That's right.
She's she even got a shout out at the very end, apparently, that I missed because I was actually again with a patient. Yeah, it's just depressing to me that all this great shit is happening. All these great, intelligent people are saying awesome things and trying to get the information out. And it's us. It's the same people that hear all of this every time we talk, every time Charles talks, every time Inco puts out an announcement, every time Kassab does a call to action, or they have their own show that they do. And it's just the same people that are going to hear it. And the people outside of the echo chamber, are the ones that need to see it, need to hear it, need to understand it. So, yeah. Hey, speaking of echo chamber, because Nick Orlando says we got to get out of the echo chamber. While we're at it, hey, let me show another of these awesome videos. I actually tweeted this one. This was from 9 months ago. This is from Henage. Did you not see this, Kevin? So
I did not see the tweet.
This is. Oh, you didn't see the you butthead.
I didn't see the tweet. I was at the show.
Yeah. I probably should have put music under there, but
see how you are.
Vaping saves lives. Vaping is 95% or more less harmful than smoking. It is our right to choose to use less harmful products to a perfectly legal product to improve our lives and the lives of our families, co-workers, friends, and everybody else. And it's not just vapors we need to include in this. It's smokers, it's governments, it's media, it's our friends, it's our family, people who don't smoke, people who care about the rights of people to lead longer, healthier lives and to make informed decisions, and the duty of regulators and governments to listen to the people that elected them and follow the science and not the moralistic high ground that the billionaire philanthropists are foisting on us. This is what we all have to do. We have to break out of the echo chamber, and I don't have a magic solution to this, but it's what I spend an awful lot of time doing. It's what all of us involved with CAFRA and the groups here try to do. We know we're preaching to the converted here, but we have to get this out from here. So that means going to local council meetings. It means writing letters to MPs and senators and congressmen. It means getting letter writing campaigns going. It means getting petitions and surveys going. It means showing that we have the numbers, we have the strength. You have to listen to us. We're in charge of our own health. We can make the right decisions. You have to inform us, and you have to give us the pathways to a safer, healthier life, and stop following the money.
So, yeah, I mean, getting out of the echo chamber. I mean, Nick and Mark are both in the chat room screaming echo. But, yeah, we've got to figure out ways to get Amanda's words, Hennage's words, Charlie's words. You know, we may not want to amplify our words because we use a lot of bad language. But, you know, other people's words, smart people's words.
Yes.
We should do everything possible, and we have to figure out ways. And, you know, we've kind of harped on this PR thing for a long time. You know,
Yes.
It's been 2 years since Dimitri and, you know, they worked in that echo chamber, or I keep seeing echo chamber in the chat room, so I'm saying it out loud. Yeah, we've got to get out of that. We've got to do all this stuff, and, you know, we've got to get all the scientists. You know, we talked about 6, 9, 10 months ago building the super science team, and we've brought the super science team to the show, but we've got to get their words outside of our sphere. We've got to get it into the public. And yeah, that's where we're failing. That's where we're having, you know, that's the problem is, you know, we say things, we want to do things, but there's no fucking way to make it happen. I mean,
Right.
This whole part of the world that we live in, the vaping community, we have to change our the public's perception of us.
Yep.
This video project thing that I've been working on, there's almost 30 of these short little video segments that I'm putting together for this project. And, you know, yeah, Steve Forbes did a great video. He's done multiple great videos, but Steve Forbes doesn't have the power that he used to have.
And we don't amplify his power that he does have.
I mean, we do.
Well, we being
within our power, but yeah, the PR campaign that Dimitri put together was going to cost like $4 million.
Yeah,
that was 2 years ago. I'm sure that number's doubled now.
At least.
This is what do they call it? Damage control. This is, you know, the period of time where we have to do this extreme damage control, and the situation is way worse than it was before. So yeah, I mean, we're fucked if we don't get everybody, whether you know, have a personality conflict with somebody, there has to be some sort of common ground. I mean, there are a handful of people that I don't, there's no way in hell that I would ever stand side by side with them ever.
Right.
That are in this community. I mean, you know, and you know who they are. I'm not going to say their names. There's at least 2 that have shown over the years that they don't deserve my trust or my goodwill. But everybody else that is in this community, we need to stand shoulder to shoulder. We need to, you know, follow the script. We need to stay on message. We need to do all of the things that we have to do, because regardless of, you know, because you and I are neither one of us in the industry. We're not saving our livelihoods. We're saving our lives and the lives of every fucking person on the planet that still smokes cigarettes, that one day may say, I need to stop.
Future.
I need to stop.
Up to and including. And
So, you know, Nick is telling me to be patient. Be patient. Do you not know me, Nick? I don't like being
do you tell the microwave to hurry up?
I just don't.
You do,
actually,
don't you?
I don't like being in a situation, you know, here Jennifer says what I'm thinking. She says, I don't even know what to do anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, when I'm in the dark, and I don't have any confidence in my situation. Yeah. I need to be confident that somebody's doing something. I've heard over the years quite a lot. People are doing something. But until I know what they're doing, I'm going to be a little bit shaky. I'm going to be a little bit anxious. I'm going to be a little bit pissed off.
No.
So
no.
That's the way it is.
Stop that. Amanda, I hope you got to meet Joe, by the way.
Nicotine there. Gitchell?
Yeah, I hope
I did see a tweet. I did see a tweet where the grumpy old broad said that she told Joe to go find
Cranky, not grumpy,
Amanda.
Cranky.
Well, Cranky. Find Amanda and say the cranky old broad told me to come say hello.
That's right.
I did see a tweet that said something like that.
I have not, Mr. Orlando.
I actually have.
I have.
On at least 2 prior occasions. I know for a fact that there was a national summit in Vegas a few years ago where every national group was in one place at one time and sat down and had a conversation.
Can I say, without permission, it's about fucking time because I didn't know about the previous one? Is that appropriate?
No, I know it's Nick. I know for a fact it happened. And there were actually more groups then than there are now. So I mean, because Dimitri's actual group that he had was also there and had a big fucking check. And if you go back in time and look on timelines, you will see, because they posted photographs of the big fucking check and everybody that was there. So yeah, I'm sorry. You are wrong, sir. Absolutely wrong.
So,
anywho, it's not the first time.
Richard has given me Mr. Pruitt.
Oh, okay.
Has given me an insight that I'm going to work on. Actually, I think I might utilize you, believe it or not. But anyway.
Oh no.
Utilize
me.
Oh, quit your whining. So I don't like you to begin with. Just
that sounds dirty.
So so he says, I've spoken with Sun and a few others. They don't see it as a story, and we don't have any money. What they want is harm. That's what that crazy journalist a while back said. And I can't think of her name right now. So yeah, if we're not being harmful, they don't want to hear from us, and we don't have any money. So yeah.
So they want us to cause harm?
I can't think of her name.
So if we were to go to like DC and like mount an insurrection, would we get attention then?
Probably. Tweet.
I'm really not a big fan of insurrection. No, people get. I mean, in an actual insurrection, people would be getting shot, and there'd be dead people, and I'm not a big fan of that. So Jennifer says adults my age should be visible in vaping. Fuck hiding it, and I'm not standing with the smokers anymore. Well, I don't mind standing with the smokers because every once in a while, and this has happened before, one of them will talk to me about vaping, listen to the words, consider it, and then the next time I see them, they've got a vape. So I don't necessarily dislike. I mean, obviously, I don't like smelling like cigarettes, and when you hang out with the smokers, you sort of pick up some of that. But I think that you can convert people, and I've actually done it, so I know that it may be uncomfortable, it may be unpalatable hanging out with the smokers, but those are the people, especially when they start coughing, and they start thinking about it, because if they're coughing and they're sitting beside you and you're vaping and you're not coughing, it is a good way to maybe convert somebody. So I don't mind that. I know, Jennifer, you have every right not to like it and not to want to do it. That is up to you,
Patrick.
I see the Victor share screen is popped up in the. Yeah, this you got to rub that shit though, dude. That is.
It's at 100.
You have unsent tweets.
I have all kinds of unsent stuff.
Oh, that you haven't. What
Is
is
that
this?
better?
Okay.
Is that
So
better?
Sarah Napton is replying. Who is Sarah Napton? Is she
She's a reporter for something. Who the fuck knows? I don't care. But
okay. So
we're
she
not
says,
interested in
again,
benefits. We're interested in
harm.
And I forget who she shares stupidity with. Hold on, I'll find it. Actually, she's blocked me, so I don't know. I don't even care. Either way, we're interested in harm, so that solidifies Richard's point. That was, what was it? 2017.
Chris says, "This is
lung butter."
This is lung butter." I don't. He says lung butter is the sounding of the alarm. So when people are hacking up a loogie, and because they're full of crap in their lungs, that's a good time. They're afraid.
Lung butter.
But I do see that, and on an aside, if you got time, Phil did a show on, I guess, Tuesday with Jay Love of Five Ponds, where they talked about things that Five Ponds doing, and not to commercialize Five Ponds, but they had this wonderful initiative where they are reaching out to vape companies that are either out of business or nearing problems, and they're helping them with a thing called the legacy line. So I ordered a couple of the ones that I wanted to try, and this is all with the new tobacco-free nicotine. But this is the Plume Room. Everybody knows that we love the Plume Room, and I've vaped this before a lot, so I know what it's supposed to taste like. And I showed these last week, but I'm gonna show them again. Dillinger from Villain Vapors. I have not opened this bottle yet, and have not tried it. I have not vaped that in years. And Poet, which is really looking weird on the green screen, but this is sweet black tea.
Mine are in the fridge.
So I suggest to people, I think you should order something from them, because you want to see what your body's going to do with the synthetic nicotine. And then I ordered the Orchard Blend Nana Berry, because gotta try it. But I also and I got the tobacco because I know what this is like. So I wanted to compare the synthetic nicotine with the regular nicotine to see, what the differences are, so that if we all end up having to, for the next while, if that loophole stays open for a while, people can still get their nicotine and still continue to vape until FDA decides to figure out a way to slam that door on people.
Now, I'm going to try to defend you, Patrick.
Uh-oh.
Do you hate Jennifer and Nick specifically? Is that
no? But the problem is, this is not a problem. I'm working on all
other
the old recipes are pretty much out the window now. I'm working on a thing which requires more crayons that I don't have yet. So everything has to. I'm starting all over from the very beginning. Without giving a whole lot of details, there is a method to the madness. All the old stuff is gone.
Hate and dislike. They're so close. They run line and
There will be new news, but I'm working on redoing everything from the beginning because
Amanda's trying to find her gate. Relax, calm down.
So yeah, it's all done. I have to redo every recipe.
But you didn't throw away the stuff you were going to mail to begin with.
It's not going to be examples of what we're
going to have
working
eventually. On. Okay, all right. Well, that's between you and them then.
I without like breaking sort of agreements, I can't divulge any more information than that. There are things that were signed and stuff.
All right. Uh-huh. So you're going to hit the Forbes?
Oh, yes. I actually already have it here on my screen.
Look at that. I can read your mind.
See, I was already there. Boom. So this is the third time Steve Forbes from Forbes magazine has put out a video defending vaping and harm reduction and speaking out against the stupidity and idiocy. Yeah. So let's make it bigger. Blam.
Huh. See.
Yeah, that was. I don't have to rub it or anything. It's already bigger. So let's listen to the awesome words of Steve Forbes.
The FDA ramps up its people-killing crusade against e-cigarettes. Hello, I'm Steve Forbes, and this is What's Ahead, where you get the insights you need to better navigate these turbulent times. Last week, the Food and Drug Administration let a court-set deadline for reviewing nicotine vaping products fly by without approving a single application. This means the entire vaping industry is in legal limbo. Anti-vaping groups had filed a lawsuit in a federal court that led to the e-cigarette manufacturers and would-be manufacturers sending applications to the FDA to review their products. The agency's application process, however, has been immensely complex and expensive.
And vague and, lacked guidance and the guidance that they did give didn't actually reflect what they ultimately, decided. So
a favorite bureaucratic technique to kill a product with 1,000 cuts. At issue is flavored e-cigarettes, which are overwhelmingly preferred by users over the tobacco tasting ones. Hence, vaping prohibitionists focus on banning flavored e-cigarettes. The move by the FDA and anti-smoking groups is weird and lethal. Real-world experience and studies find that nicotine vaping is 95% safer than traditional cigarettes. Taking up e-cigarette smoking is by far the most effective way to give up regular cigarettes, better than nicotine patches, gums, and other anti-smoking aids. Yet anti-cigarette fanatics try to make it appear that vaping and smoking are equally bad. To the contrary, by making it far easier for people to get away from traditional smokes, vaping is a lifesaver. That's why public health authorities in Britain strongly advocate vaping to reduce cigarette smoking. In fact, the country's National Health Service hosts vaping shops in its hospitals. France doesn't tax vaping products, allowing them to be sold like other consumer items, in contrast to the taxes Paris imposes on tobacco products. A study by the UK-based Property Rights Alliance examined the impact of vaping in 4 countries, Canada, Britain, France, and New Zealand, where e-cigarettes are allowed to flourish. It turns out that smoking rates decline far faster in these countries than the worldwide average. American anti-e-cigarette zealots say the habit is rising among teenagers in this country, but teenage smoking is declining. In contrast to current hysteria, vaping is not a gateway to tobacco smoking. Of course, one shouldn't inhale anything into the lungs other than pure air. But here in the real world, many people want pleasures that health nannies disapprove of. But vaping is far less awful than cigarettes, opiates, and excessive drinking. One unintended outcome of the FDA's obstructionist behavior is that some e-cigarette makers are starting to use artificial nicotine, which, since it is not derived from tobacco, would make it free from FDA purview. As one producer proclaims, tobacco-free nicotine. By trying to choke flavored e-cigarettes, the FDA is discouraging smokers from employing a relatively safe, highly effective tool to give up a habit that is the leading cause of lung cancer. The agency should follow the science. I'm Steve Forbes. Thanks for listening. Do send in your comments and suggestions, and I look forward to being with you soon again.
So, like I said, this is the third or fourth
I think it's
of these videos that he's done.
And it's all the same style.
Yeah.
Teleprompter, him, and I don't know if he's written it himself, and I don't care. He's hitting the major points, and I don't know if there's some kind of weird thing between him and what's his name?
Bloomberg?
I don't know if that's like some kind
I mean,
of weird
Steve Forbes
secret
got
thing
money,
going on,
but you don't got Bloomberg money. And they do both have competing financial magazines.
Yeah. There's something there as well. But
I did want to address something that KO said in the chat room, that the Untruth Initiative is going after the neurodiverse, which is absolutely true with their new campaign. If you're interested in more talk about neurodiversity, we actually have a show from, the clip that I played earlier was from Dr. Charles Gardner, and it's actually called Neurodiversity. So if you haven't watched that one, go watch it, because I clipped a lot out of it today for this project that I'm doing that I keep talking about that I can't really tell you about yet. But go give that a watch. Because it's important. And, we actually designed a t-shirt to sell on our Teespring store specifically for the, neurodiversity, and it says nicotine enhanced on it. Yep. So that's awesome.
Yes, I did, Jay. Yes, I did, because I can't comment on it because it won't let me.
What?
Oh,
speaking of changes and stuff, I don't know what's going on. Twitter is no longer using Periscope for tweeting live video, and they have a new. No, we're still on Twitter, but now it links directly with my Twitter account, and it doesn't go through. It doesn't go through Periscope. And I have no idea. Somebody needs to go and comment on the Twitter video that's pinned on my profile on Twitter to see if there is a way to comment on that. I will cut and paste the link to the Forbes video in the chat for Nick. So I don't know what's going to happen. Well, I don't make the t-shirts personally.
You and this delivery thing, I don't know.
Well, I'm hoping that it doesn't come through X delivery, because it'll never get there.
X delivery. We're not going to send your shit.
So yeah, somebody go to the Twitter thing and try to comment and see if it actually populates, because I don't know. It's telling me that can't post comments to some destinations on the bottom of our chat screen. So I don't know what's going on.
What's this new faces in the room thing going on? I like that.
So Ed West is already, I can see it on Twitter, but it doesn't show up over here. So you can comment on the video on Twitter, but it doesn't come into the chat room. So thank you, Ed West
Big
or Castello.
His parole
They're the
officer
same
right
person,
now.
right?
I don't know who he is. I have no idea.
I think they're the same guy. I think so.
I
Could be
couldn't
wrong.
figure out. I keep looking Patrick forever. Now I know it's NAC, and then you start coming up. NAC.
Oh yeah. If you do hashtag Son of Liberty Radio, I'll show up too.
Yeah. I don't like you that much.
That's true.
So Forbes is talking,
Mm-hmm.
and Truth Initiative is bullshit. I don't like that.
What? Who's dissing me for selling T-shirts? I don't understand what's going on half the time, guys.
Just keep hitting your buttons. Notice
I'm scrolling through Twitter right now, so
All right, you do that. This is his show.
you can actually talk if you want to, Kevin.
I don't even want to. I'm still pissed off.
So here's a tweet. I actually had to. I didn't mean this. If this comes across as a dunk, on the Reason Foundation, but they tweeted, FDA's rejection of e-cigarettes and vaping products is likely to lead to an increase in smoking, and there's a link to a Reason piece, and I actually overtweeted them, and I said. And it's a threaded thing. You know, I'm using the threaded thing more. Not likely, guaranteed. Wherever vaping is banned or vape flavors are restricted, there is a steep, measurable increase in tobacco smoking. It's good for the government budget, big tobacco, and cancer treatment professionals' wallets. Good for the undertakers too.
I'm glad you're looking out for them.
Yeah, and then number 2 is crush vaping, kill a couple thousand businesses in one sector.
Yeah,
promote it, and you kill big tobacco. You take billions out of the state's budgets. You hurt hundreds of medical sectors, not just one medical sector, but multiple medical sectors providing direct patient care, medicines, medical equipment, patient transport, and ancillary services.
Now I'm gonna do a disclaimer. We're not ever going to kill big tobacco ever. But
no,
the point given is
for Twitter hyperbole.
Right. There you go. That's all I wanted to say.
For because they like to over exaggerate shit about us. So I'm going to over exaggerate shit about them.
Intensive purposes is not the phrase. It's intent and purpose.
Yes. So, for all intent and purpose.
So generally, we will never, and I don't give a shit about killing big tobacco. They're not the enemy.
No, well, I mean, they're going to be big pharma soon anyway.
I just want to be clear.
Literally, I mean, they're buying up pharmaceutical companies left and right. And then I said 3, not to mention all the public health and name only. I like to use the FINO. Groups like, Lung Association and Truth and Tobacco Free Kids et al., who would have no mission and no scam to run on their benefactors anymore. And would be out of a job.
That's the purpose of their job, is to put themselves out of a job. If the true purpose was there, saying, Jesus, we're going to drop the smoking rates to nothing, and we're going to find other shit to do. Nope, that's not. I honestly thought that's what they were trying to do, but that's not what they're trying to do.
No, I mean, there might be. I've said this before. There might be some young passionate people that have participated in
until they're told otherwise.
Public health jobs, and then they get jaded, and then they see the money, and then the young ones that jump
ousted,
in, they very well could.
Like Dr. Siegel was ousted by Glantz and his ilk. I got to use the word ilk.
Oh, I did see a tweet. That I felt like you should definitely see. That was probably directed right at you.
I'm a little bit concerned.
It says condoms are not approved by FDA for anal sex.
What happened? I thought
vaping is not approved by FDA to quit smoking. So does this mean that you shouldn't use them, Alex Wodek? And
I just
and
fixed my
I
toilet.
felt for sure that tweet was directed at you. So I said, I think this tweet is for you, Kevin.
I appreciate your concern. All I know is when they say that condoms are 99%?
99.9%.
It's
And
9.
as
Yeah,
far as I
9.
know, something like that.
And then now it's not. I didn't look at the
Oh,
study.
I know who KO is now.
You do?
It's Kathy.
Okay. All right. Oh, well, see, then there you go. Well, that's not a new face, but I still like.
No, I mean, I've actually met her in real life, in person.
Amanda scared me in DC.
I saw
why
pictures. I saw
was trying to-
pictures.
I know. I was trying to warn Joe. So, no condoms for anal sex only, though. It didn't say regular sex. That's why I'm still confused. Wouldn't that confuse the person? Like,
Well, I think they are approved for normal sex, or
But-
really, what is normal?
but it's a.
well, you're talking about anal sex, and you keep saying but. I mean,
But that's the point. Victor.
Victor's here. You can't talk about anal sex anymore.
Oh, I don't understand that at all. I really don't.
I don't. There's lots of things, Kevin, that I don't think either one of us understand.
I need my crayons. Where's my crayons?
Give me a minute here. I gotta find something. Talk.
So, condoms help Kevin be clear and pain-free 99.9% of the time. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. So, I've seen over the past few years, as a for instance, when you think you want to relax and you want to do things, some people smoke, some people watch movies, some people play frisbee golf, some people bowl, some people do extracurricular. I got a point. Just keep tapping your shit. Something that I've seen is coloring, because we joke about crayons, and some people.
I know a thing or two about adult coloring books, but anyway,
Okay,
keep going.
Well, I don't know about adult coloring books, but coloring in general, because I don't know where you're going. I really
Neither
don't.
do I.
No dead air, big cab. See, so if that's an example of somebody having less stress in their life or dealing with their neurodiversity problems, then, i.e., crayons, then you can color at will. You're an adult. You're allowed to do that. Right?
And you don't have to stay in the lines.
And you don't have to do what other people want you to do or don't want you to do, because you can tell them to go fuck themselves. Right.
Yes.
And wear a condom except when you're doing it anally. There you go. Because it doesn't work, evidently.
It's not approved.
Are you?
I mean,
Neither
in the grand scheme of things, you just said it doesn't work.
Me?
So yes, you just said it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. All right.
Because it's not FDA approved.
Right. True.
There are tons of
Allegedly.
things that do work
Well, yeah.
that are not FDA approved.
Well, if you stuck 12 gauge up your butt and it stopped you from smoking, then go do that, I guess.
And it would be that would not be FDA approved, and it would probably stop me from smoking. Well, not immediately, because there's going to be some cordite and some, there's going to be some smoking. But yeah, I mean, if FDA approval is the gold seal, Kevin, if that's the
well, the gold seal is
really
already broken. Chantix is being voluntarily recalled. They're not purposely,
and they're expanding. They're expanding their voluntary. See, the FDA.
It's very.
They announced this week. FDA expanded the voluntary withdrawal.
No, they didn't. They agreed with the expansion. They didn't say you have to do this on your own.
The headline said FDA expands voluntary recall.
So we're not telling you to do it, but we're saying good job.
We're basically saying pull all of your shit voluntarily,
but we're not forcing you
before we force you to. Because apparently the bad thing that we found is
It's
in
bigger.
all of your shit.
It's been in all of your shit continuously. Zantac or whatever I said before. We've talked
Tagging
about
it.
this. Tag. All it is well, this will work. We have the science because it's our science, and then here it works. Okay, we'll let it go through because it looks right. We have to entertain Amanda for an hour. She's delayed.
Just live commenting my travel struggles. Well,
Before they send a
apparently
warning letter
on the way back from Greece,
yeah.
Dimitri landed at one airport in New York City, but then they canceled all of their flights out of that airport because of bad weather.
Yeah.
But the other airport in New York was still open for business, so he had to get on a cab and go from JFK to LaGuardia to get home to Tennessee.
I hope the cab driver didn't take advantage of him.
Yeah, well.
Yes, wait before
the last time I was in New York, I swore by Uber because I've paid for cabs in New York City, and let me tell you this, they ain't cheap. So, see, Amanda said, yeah, and Dimitri said that he wasn't getting his suitcase, his luggage. But Amanda says, I didn't have luggage in London for a day and a half.
You don't need no stinking luggage.
GTNF in ripped jeans. You were only there for what, 2-3 days, something like that. You could have just worn the same clothes every day. Nobody would have cared.
Nobody would have known.
Hey, Al's here.
Andrew's here. Look at that.
Yep.
Bruni's here.
All right, so Kevin, this week
here.
there was this thing called the Global Tobacco Nicotine Forum.
In ripped jeans.
They were not in ripped jeans. They were very professional people, and there was a lot of stuff in there that tobacco industry people were there talking about tobacco stuff, and Julie was there talking about Juul stuff, and
Judy Gibson. I want to give a shout out to because she made me laugh while she was talking to Amanda. Go ahead. I think it was Amanda. I did see that anyway.
Amanda was there, and she spoke, and there was a lot of awesome people. Altria was there. Dr. Farsalinos was there. Brad Rodu appeared telephonically or Zoomy, whatever the new term, telepresence.
Teleprompting.
He zoomed in from America. He didn't go. And there was a lot of great stuff. There's a lot of great quotes that were there, and a lot of tweets. And if you're paying attention on the Twitters, you're going to see some really cool stuff. There's quotes because a lot of it was behind not a paywall, but you had to register. And like I said, I didn't register because I was going to be working. So I didn't actually see a bunch of it live because, couldn't. But we can scroll through there. We can actually scroll through the event Twitter to see some of the awesome quotes.
I'm gonna stick Judy's Twitter in there in the chat. So if you guys don't know who Judy is, she's been around a long time.
Judy. She's got 2 O's.
Judy G. Yep.
Judy.
Anyway, she made her point quickly. Anyway.
See, they do actually have some videos posted. I was so here's Derek Yack. Derek Yack is a swim daily. Is Derek Yack? He's the head of Smoke Free World. Their music is really annoying after a while.
Going forward, I think the the opportunities are really to start saying science has transformed every major sector, every legacy sector that we know of. Be more forceful about pushing out who is actually advancing the science to end the death and disease due to smoking. And as I said,
now the tweet is companies need to be more forceful about saying who is doing the most advanced science to end smoking related disease and death. And that is partially in defense of a lot of the assholes, the academics, the establishment people refusing to accept science that is conducted by tobacco companies. Like I said, I'm never going to stand here and defend a tobacco company.
No.
But they are also not our worst enemy.
No.
They compete on the shelves. Don't get me wrong, but they're also the ones that are spending millions and millions of dollars on science. So yeah,
I feel very, very pleased to be in an audience where I know the level of investment so many of you within your companies, be they tobacco or e-cigarette or related companies, are making as a permanent long-term goal and focus of your work. That is going to pay out over the long term. But to lump your work alongside those who are clearly being recalcitrant, clearly the laggards, and I'm talking particularly, as I say, about the state monopolies selling the majority of cigarettes in the world, particularly now in low middle income countries, I think is a strategic error for many of you. And I think the more you part ways with those who are not willing to change or support them to change, the more you'll be able to start eventually having a voice, not at WHO, because that's not where it'll start, but with the governments who are the members, and their voice matters more than anything else.
So, there are, I believe, 15 countries that the state, the government, has the majority stock in the tobacco companies in their country. So, to name a few, China, Russia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and more, they actually are all signatories to the what's the word I'm looking for? The treaty?
Yeah. I don't know.
The FCTC, the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. They're all signatories, and they are all allowed to be in the COP meeting.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
Yeah. Even though no other, tobacco companies are allowed to be represented, but the governments that own the monopoly in their countries, they're welcome. They get to come and sit at the table, and they're like the major stockholders of the tobacco companies in their country.
It reminds me of the parent-teacher conference. The parent and the teacher are deciding what's best for the child without the child's input or,
Yeah.
pisses
So
me off.
I'm not even going to talk about the Juul Labs bullshit. Apparently, there's a Juul 2.0 that's coming out.
Oh, goody.
So I'm just scrolling through because and this is in reverse chronological order. So we're starting at the last day and working our way to the first day. So there are some really great things. So here, this is a quote from Konstantinos Varsalinos. Smokers are already dependent, and we want them to be dependent on something else that is less harmful. Yes.
That's it. That's the tweet. That's it. I don't give a shit what. I don't really care. Patch, gum, hypnosis, needles. I don't care.
Yeah.
Acupuncture, to be clear.
Again, he's Konstantinos Varsalinos is talking about addiction. I actually saw his whole part, and he's talking about, yes, nicotine plays a role in addiction, but also behavior and external factors are important in considering your nicotine addiction. That we talk about, like the rituals, the all those things that are important. What kind of stressors are in somebody's life? Are they neurodiverse? Do they have depression? Are they ADHD? We know for a fact we know for a fact that all of those things are important and play a role. We've talked about it quite extensively on this show. Being the fact that I have several diagnoses. Skip is a huge proponent of talking about neurodiversity and why people smoke, and I've pretty much made it a part of my mission. We don't need to talk about the addiction. We need to talk about what is causing people to use these products. What is causing people? What is the root
it's always better to treat the symptoms, not the cause, Patrick. That's the way that life is in America.
Yeah, America.
Treating the symptoms, not the cause, is never an effective outcome. That is my quote. You can use it as your own if you like.
Oh, and Pelosa, Pelosa was part of the panel that Farsalinos was in. He says much has been made of nicotine addiction, but I've seen heavy smokers of 40 years quit without a significant problem. So we need to reevaluate nicotine plays in smoking compared with other factors. So people that don't have the neurodiversity problem, that don't have the reliance, the fact that the nicotine, we talked about, You Don't Know Nicotine. We talked about the film You Don't Know Nicotine and how nicotine affects everyone differently. Yeah. And there are certain people that their bodies
crave, whatever. Yeah.
That there's some benefit that their body, their brain is getting off of the nicotine that is making it more difficult than to stop smoking.
And the other chemicals in cigarettes.
Well, yes, but I'm just specifically, we're specifically talking about how nicotine affects addiction.
Right.
So it's easier for somebody that needs nicotine to quit smoking using this delivery method versus other delivery methods because their brain processes differently than other people.
Kathy just said she marvels at how painless switching was. As did I.
Yeah, we had. See, I'm able to quickly bring up like past guests. We had Dr. Glover on the show, specifically talking about childhood trauma, current trauma, abuse, and one of the things that drives youth use is possibly that they have some sort of trauma in their life, whether they're being abused sexually or physically, that they have, some sort of traumatic experience that they can't get over, and nicotine helps that. That's also one of the clips that I have, but I'm not going to play that one. Farsalinos tells GTFN 2021 that harm reduction is here and widely used, but not when it comes to cigarettes. And what's really awesome, when he did this in the show, he started bringing up a lot of the examples of, you remember my threaded tweet, my A to Z of harm reduction Twitter thread?
Yep.
Like he brought up a lot of the examples that are in my tweet.
He was reading them.
No, I don't think so. I think he's really
I don't
smart
either.
and he thought of the same thing I did. He adds that he hopes common sense will prevail and harm reduction will be used to help smokers.
That's it.
Yeah. So yeah, Pelosa, one of the other panels. So this was the open mic panel. So there was Dr. Farsalinos and several other people from different places. Altria, this gentleman went to school in England. I don't know where he teaches at Brown University School of Public Health. So this gentleman was there from Relics. He was via telephone, Richard Pelosa or Ricardo Pelosa. So you can see there was a bunch of awesomeness there, right?
Yeah.
That was just day 2. This was day 2. We're scroll down to day 1, and Professor Levy was there, and he to look at the success of the UK in reducing smoking rates compared with Australia, which is far more aggressive tobacco control policies. He clearly thinks the UK is doing something right. But yeah, I mean, I invite everybody that is not already doing so, because I'm not going to sit here and go through the entire thing, to go to the GTNF Twitter profile and click the follow button and the alert button. Now, there won't be anything now until for a while, but you can actually go back and check out all the content that's there. And if you're following Skip, you've probably seen a bunch of it, because I think she was just retweeting everything.
And it's in
But hey, Kevin, our friend
What?
Amanda, I don't know if Amanda's actually still here. She might not be here.
She was checking on her flight.
She speaks at this event.
No.
And it's been shared, and it's on YouTube, and it's been redone on Facebook. But I wanted to drive people to the GTNF account. They haven't posted it on their YouTube yet, so they do have it posted on Vimeo. And I will copy the link right now and drop it into the chat room from the official, because I don't want to steal from our friends, and they've been quite good to us. So I'm throwing it into the chat room. But let's actually spend a few minutes. I'm not going to play the entire thing because there's a Q&A and stuff, but let's just play the video and the speech.
I'm pleased to be invited to speak to so many peers and colleagues, especially since it seems likely I will never get the chance again. That's because United States regulatory authorities appear determined to put the small company my husband and I built with our own hands and the industry I represent out of business entirely. My story in this industry begins in just about the worst way any story could possibly begin, with a cancer diagnosis. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. When the doctor gave me the news, I was shocked and terrified and despairing. But I took that fear and directed it toward making a meaningful difference. After trying for years to quit smoking, I discovered vaping, which you here in the UK have long advocated through public health policy. I can't tell you how many times I must have sat in front of a US Senate committee member or White House official and beseeched them. If you want to understand the value of vaping as a tool for smoking cessation, look to the UK. We now know what came of those efforts. Under a court order over a year ago, the United States FDA was charged with creating a regulatory framework for dealing fairly with the health and safety of vapor products by September 9th of this year. FDA knew that they didn't have the time or the resources to give our products fair consideration. But instead of asking for help, they let the 9/9 deadline pass and let the more than 500 companies subject to their decision in an unstable and probably untenable position. Let's talk about the scope of that impact. The FDA's arbitrary ruling effectively criminalizes thousands of longstanding businesses in communities all across the country. Those entrepreneurs now have to junk their inventory, fire their employees, stiff their investors, and defer their dreams. We are the proverbial little guy. And like little guys all throughout history, our segment of the industry often gets short shrift in the negotiations between government regulators and deep-pocketed corporations that so often determine the rules for the rest of us. We are the thousands of small business owners who manufacture, distribute, and retail open systems products in vape shops all over the United States. We are proud of what we have built. We feel honor in what we do. We have made every attempt within our means to comply with FDA regulations at great time and financial expense, in a system designed for us to fail from the very beginning. My company personally submitted several 100,000 pages of documents to the FDA in an attempt to comply with this one pre-market tobacco application standard. The decision doesn't just make a mockery of that earnest work. It also makes the more than 10 million Americans who made the switch to vapor products in our vape shops with our liquids into outlaws too. Oh, they can still purchase flavored vodka, filterless cigarettes, cigars, chewing tobacco, caffeinated soda pop, marijuana in countless varieties, opioids, and sedatives, no matter how many people become addicted or die each year from those products. But their freedom as Americans no longer includes the right to use a product with none of the well-established deadly effects of those other substances, and which has undoubtedly saved the lives of countless former smokers. Let us mourn for a moment, too, not just the current consumers of open vapor products, but the untold number of smokers who may yet have discovered the potential of those products to move them towards a healthier, happier life. The FDA didn't have to do any of this, nor did they have to create a rift between the publicly traded companies and the independently owned businesses in our industry, or between the big companies and the small ones. FDA could have approached this by allowing companies that have always been registered with them and inspected by them to continue serving their customers while approaching the broader issue from a basis in sound science and true public health, rather than a politicized process centered around the focus group tested buzzwords. But the reality is that the FDA has failed. To the FDA, we say you have created a tobacco-led monopoly over the vaping industry while crushing our small businesses. To those who may cheer the increase in their market share brought on by this act of regulatory arson, we say, shame on you. To our customers, we say that we did everything within our power to avoid this outcome, and that we will never stop trying through every legal means and every means of advocacy we have at our disposal. We are not surrendering our businesses or abandoning vapers to cigarettes. We will fight for them. And there is one other group I want to address with my time here. It's the activist and the press, who, whether because they are misguided or malicious, spread the falsehoods and distortions that directly led to this tragic outcome. It is long past time for some candid honesty about what has motivated this outrageous decision by U.S. federal authorities. For years now, a horde of activist groups, hell-bent on controlling the personal choices of their fellow citizens, has been targeting our industry for destruction. They are funded by the most wealthy foundations in America at the direction of unaccountable billionaires, and they have been strong-arming the United States Congress and White House to engineer a result that they have failed to achieve through public persuasion. To do it, they relied not just on campaign contributions and Washington lobbyists. They also used bunk research from discredited operatives like Dr. Stanton Glantz, whose most widely publicized study on vaping had to be retracted from the medical literature for its bogus methodology. They have falsely claimed, despite all logic and economic common sense, that our products are marketed to minors, even as their own advertising material uses adolescent themes and images to inform young people about nicotine. The average age of my customer is 42 years old, and I know that because we card everyone who walks through our door. Yet even when their far-fetched and hypothetical theories of harm couldn't pass the smell test, they retreated to a fallacy called the precautionary principle. Until we could prove that vaping was harmless, as that backward thinking goes, we would be prohibited from the market. In this malign effort, those activists had enthusiastic help from nearly the whole of the national news media. By focusing on the messaging of Bloomberg dark money NGOs and beneficiaries of MSA funds, our media and political class have criminally neglected the harm reduction aspects of vaping under the guise of moral virtue. The years added to their lives by our products are never mentioned. Just last month, FDA records gathered by Freedom of Information laws revealed that America's most preeminent news organization, the New York Times, would send its articles in their entirety and before publication to FDA officials for review and feedback. Neither that reporter, Sabrina Tavernise, nor her editors have summoned the integrity to offer an explanation. Even 4 days ago, the Wall Street Journal ran a gushing story about a new advertising campaign from the perversely named Truth Initiative, which claims that nicotine, quote, can worsen symptoms of anxiety and depression. But that is entirely untrue and is contradicted by studies that even Truth Initiative has on its own website. Incredibly, the journal even quoted a Truth Initiative executive admitting that it is unknown whether a causal link exists between nicotine and those symptoms. Remember, these are publications and outlets that routinely praised and awarded themselves for taking on big tobacco. And yet, on a decision that has given big tobacco exactly what they wanted, a monopoly, they remain silent, marching arm in arm with the very businesses they once excoriated as merchants of death. These journalists who have of late have had no reservations about taking on the mantle of the guardians of public health. Yet they have ignored the seminal fact that millions of Americans have successfully quit smoking using a harmless and affordable device that far exceeds the efficacy of any other nicotine replacement therapy. More Americans are using vaping than use any single pharmaceutical drug on the market today. Yet the news of FDA's arbitrary ban passed with minimal coverage and zero complaint from those news outlets. In the last few weeks, I have heard from an endless thread of crestfallen business owners, along with vaping consumers, desperate about how they will continue to access the products they believe are essential. But even through their dismay, I am also hearing a constant refrain: we are not going to stand for it. If federal health authorities or deep-pocketed foundations imagine they can steamroll the American public by administrative dictates that are devised behind closed doors, they will soon discover why the United States Constitution begins with "we the people." We intend to commence a public campaign that counts more than 10 million Americans in every state and congressional district, along with their families and friends. We will be at FDA's doorstep demanding answers or forcing them through freedom of information laws in the courts. We are going to shine a megawatt spotlight on the journalists and news outlets that have been colluding with activists to deceive the American public. We are not going to sit still while the FDA endangers our health, crushes our livelihoods, and treats the American people like gullible idiots. You don't discard people's lives like that, and we are not going to stand for it. As we say in Arizona, this is going to be more than a fight. It will be a reckoning. Thank you.
Listen to this guy.
Great job. You're getting cheers.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Woo! There was a guy in the background going, woo! Woo! So, yeah, I mean, Amanda did an amazing job with that speech. There was a Q&A afterwards, but I'm not going to play that. That's, but...
So our friends have been told they're guilty before proven innocent.
Yeah, and they're basically forcing everybody into a situation where they will be a criminal just for trying to save someone's life. It's crazy.
And I've tried to politely, and there's no real eloquent way to say this is similar to. It's not the same. The ACT UP movement in the 80s that you and I both remember. People chaining themselves.
Old. I don't remember what you're talking about.
Well, Ed and I are the only ones that remember it. These fuckers were chaining themselves to desks. You can't get to the desks today, but because of the difference in security, of course. But those people were fighting for insurrection. Well, see, you have the same style of passion with some people, but we've been beaten down so badly that some people are they're drifting away, and I get it. You have to take care of yourself first and your family. And her speech, if it prompts you or inspires you or makes you think, holy shit, she's right, for the first time, wake up. If you're going to wake up, you got to listen to that speech. You have to listen to Sarah's speech a few years ago. You have to read Oliver Kershaw's letter 3, I think, years ago. Very, very clean speech, I thought. I really, really appreciated that. And it said pretty much everything that could be said without the F word. And I admire that quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, if I had been requested to speak and had written that speech, there would have been places where I would have written in
F word here. F word here, F word here. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, and I said this before, as awesome as that speech is, everyone needs to hear it, not just us, not just the people that were in that room. I don't know if there was any media there. Were there any newspapers there? Were there any TV networks there? I mean, James Jarvis about 3 years ago did a let's get this out of the way a post. It was a post which prompted me to blog that, and then I did another one where it's like family and friends need to pay attention and what this product does and the science at that moment. And I went down the line, and it got shared within our community, but where did it go? So this has to do the same thing. It has to go outside. Send it to Steve Forbes.
I'm actually doing something real quick. Keep talking for a second.
All I know is that if we don't get out of our little bubble, nobody's going to hear us. So when Amanda does this type of thing and others in that with her keynote, it's pretty damn big. The Q&A after was also worth listening to.
Yeah, I mean, I have 2 points of contention with the speech, but I'm not even going to bring it up. I'll talk to Amanda later. Yeah. But this, I'm going to go ahead and throw this back on the screen for a minute because you keep talking about Judy. So,
you found
let's
Judy.
That's what I was doing. I was scanning for
Scrolling,
Judy.
Yeah. Judy's great.
Thank you. Judy Gibson from INCO, the International Network of Nicotine Consumer Organizations. Thank you. That was excellent. I actually read your writing too, and it's brilliant. So thank you for that, okay. Amanda. It's interesting. I'm dying to see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck, that they have.
Apologies for the technical language.
That they have embarked upon. But I was reading a paper the other day, the newspaper per se, overseas online.
I mean, I only played Judy just for the clusterfuck. I mean, I'll play the rest of the question. I'll play the rest of the question anyway. But
you can rewind it to hear it again. It's a drinking word.
Apologies for the technical language.
It's interesting. I'm dying to see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck.
Okay, pause. So the lady behind her is like, here it comes. The guy next to her is holding his head like, oh shit, here she goes.
I'm dying to see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck, that they have.
Look at Amanda. Look at that face.
So I've been following Judy a long time. She's very sharp, very articulate. If you don't follow her. I'll put her link in again. Judy doesn't really cuss a lot on Twitter, but
neither do I.
Huh? What?
I don't curse on Twitter either.
Oh, so her and Charles.
I curse everywhere else.
They're probably friends as well with Charles, and they know each other. And Judy, that one just kind of shocked me. I wasn't expecting it.
Maybe I should.
Which made it even better.
I'm gonna make a T-shirt that says "American vaping regulations is a clusterfuck." We'll do something with that. We'll get away from the Global Tobacco Nicotine Forum. I did see, and Kevin, I have an aversion to sharing stuff from vaping media sites because I think that it's
Andrew.
Oh, could you, Andrew says that she's got me wanting to create a limited edition clusterfuck vape band.
I'm gonna screenshot that.
Can you make that in red, white, and blue?
I'm gonna screenshot that comment and I'm gonna put that right under her comment to me.
That's a promise. He put it in the chat room. This is a binding contract now.
Hang on, I gotta find her.
I'm gonna throw it on screen just for that. Make it. Yep. I want to see it now. You can't back down now, Kevin, or not Kevin. Andrew.
I just screen.
Did you screenshot it?
I screenshotted it to put it on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you know that I have an aversion to sharing stuff from vaping media sites because I don't particularly think some of them are not the most well written. Sometimes the writer can't be as factual. Sometimes they and it's again echo chamber nonsense. But I did see a piece that I specifically wanted to address because we've had this conversation, and this particular New Zealander scientist agrees with me.
What?
So I must promote this because they agree with me. So it says here, Kiwi expert, low nicotine cigs will just make smokers consume more.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not smart enough.
So ACT Social Development and Children's spokeswoman Karen CHH Chow said that having only low nicotine cigarettes available on the market only pushes smokers to consume more and therefore spend more on their habit, also leading to an increase in poverty. And we've discussed many times with many very smart people about the fact that smoking rates are significantly higher in low-income communities, in communities of color, in LGBTY communities, in neurodiverse communities. So you reduce the nicotine, but keep all the poisons in the cigarette, and people will just smoke more. Period. Self-titration it's a real thing. Right. It says, as part of the proposal put forward by the Kiwi government aiming to make New Zealand smoke-free by 2025, the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Vaping Amendment Bill limits the amount of nicotine in cigarettes to 20 milligrams per milliliter and 50 milligrams per milliliter for freebase and nicotine salt e-liquids, whilst setting the local tobacco range limit at 18. I'm kind of surprised that New Zealand smokers will who see, this is the part. This is the bad the bad writing of the author. I'm sure that the person did not say it this way when they were quoting. New Zealand smokers who can least afford will spend more on their habit and in turn do more harm to those around them in the government if the government mandates lower nicotine and tobacco. Well, we knew this government was dim, trying to wean smokers off nicotine by making them smoke more. Tar takes the cake. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I just wanted to promote the fact that it's on my Twitter. I actually retweeted. This is the piece here, and I retweeted it yet one more time where I told you so, even though accurate doesn't, and I misspelled doesn't feel like enough, Kevin. Bet all those investment shills pushing VLN cigarettes will ignore this too. So I
wrote about
in the past,
2017.
Every person, like if I make a post about VLNs or if I make a comment on a VLN post, who responds most of the time?
I bet I do.
Who? Or what do you think the answer is going to be?
The best word I would say is investors.
Yep.
And that's okay. I'm not.
It's like financial people. Every time if I click on a bio, it's from some schmuck that's a fucking fund manager who is pushing the VLN 21st century cigarettes or whatever. It's the same group, handful of idiots, and they're trying to argue with me about fucking science. And I'm like, you're a fucking investment dude. Shut your mouth.
So
and then they'll quote science that was actually paid for by 21st century.
Right. So
why are you sharing this?
Where or why?
Why? Is that the same thing that I was just sharing?
Well, no.
No, this is you.
This is me. I don't know what this means. Wait, I guess.
You got to pay your bill, man.
So this is 2016. I've been talking about this since at least 2016, just so you're on record with me. So they insist it's nicotine. And then I asked 22nd Century these questions. Is it reduced for combustion? Will health benefits increase? Are other ingredients reduced? The answer was no, for the record. Will it cause more casual smokers? And they answered in their own research, by the way, which has been funded by FDA and NIH, I believe, are both. So in 1989, they did this with the ultra low nicotine cigarettes, and they wanted to stop a decline of 2% a year in cigarette consumption. Philip Morris used it to create the merit free. So I remember the merits. I don't remember merit free. What happened in 2008? The toxicological analysis does not indicate low nicotine and nicotine free Quest cigarettes have less adverse toxicological effects. So we're talking about toxicological effects. We're talking about the tar and the chemical processes that are still in the same cigarettes that you have with lower nicotine. They're supposed to, the FDA is supposed to be able to also lower the tar. Why aren't they focusing on the bad stuff? Why are they just focusing on the nicotine? Because it's the narrative. That's why, you fucking idiots. So, not you guys, they are fucking idiots. So I say it's not the nicotine, blah, 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 stimulant, addictive. I don't know about that. So NIDA suggests that reducing nicotine in cigarettes may be one way to lessen destructive power of these products. They're exactly the same, except for
might,
right. Briefly, they mentioned towards the end of their official story, nicotine is responsible for the addictiveness of tobacco, but it is not an ingredient that causes cancer and pulmonary disease. They say that. They tell you this stuff. So anyway, I don't have to bore you guys with the same bullshit over and over, but they've been saying this forever.
Forever.
So everyone believes it. I remember Merit, but I don't remember the Andrew, you've gone global. And where is your damn
immortalized Twitter? And Kevin's like 1,800 million followers now know who Andrew K is.
It's 14,000. It just passed 14. My son noticed that.
Oh, this is ugly though, because I shared that screen and then I didn't look.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a Kushra More 3.
That's because I responded to his dumb ass. More than likely. Well, it isn't on there, but it's on there.
Yeah. So I was talking to Troop on Messenger the other day.
Troop's not a bot? What?
There was actually a comment made on the thing that I was kind of heartbroken and crestfallen about.
What?
I was actually sad. So I'm scrolling up here so that I can read it properly. So I had sent him a picture last week that I had gotten my package from Five Ponds with the legacy stuff.
Yeah.
And then he said, we went back and forth, blah, blah, blah. And he said that he was not following me on Twitter, that he wasn't seeing me on Twitter because he didn't hit the get alerts button.
Oh, the follow, yeah.
And he said, prepare to be retweeted hard. And I was like, oh,
condoms aren't going to help you. So there you go.
That sounds kind of scary, actually.
Condoms won't help. That's what.
Yeah, but the MDO list. One of the things that I was like, hey, I saw that you made the MDO list.
Yeah.
And he's like, what? They finally put me on there. So he's of the updated list. He's like fourth from the bottom. I'm the newest version of the MDO list. The plume room is there, and it's so depressing for me to actually continue to show it. So I'm not going to show it anymore because I know a lot of people that are losing their livelihoods off of that fucking MDO list.
Yeah.
So Mariwa just retweeted
yes
Amanda's photograph from the GTFN speech.
I'm distracted because I'm trying to get the.
Well, I'm trying to do more than one thing at a time because, like I said,
There you go, Andrew. I just linked that tweet with your screenshot. There, we're double doing stuff. Double plus good. Hey, you see my sign? Huh? That's one of my quotes.
Yes, the government is having a hard time quitting smoking.
I quoted me. Jay noticed.
Well,
California is going to have the new MSA 2.0 or some crap. I don't know. They want more money, bonds and investments, and they're going to back stuff and spend more money on other shit that they don't tell the public. And I can't. This is woohoo, ching ching. Funny.
I did say that I was going to show cute animals doing cute animal things.
Mm-hmm. Do you have pictures of Tic Tacs dancing?
I'm finding the cute animals doing cute animal things video real quick.
We had some cat stuff a while back. I remember that.
Yeah. This is
oh,
cute animals doing cute animal things.
Oh well.
I don't know about eating the ass. I don't know about eating the ass part. That's.
Let's turn him over.
I can't do cute animal things.
Ladies, please have some decorum. Oh my God.
I can't do the cute animal thing. I was joking with Skip that I was crestfallen that apparently Skip doesn't watch our show, even though that she's sometimes in the chat room.
Well, I don't think she's ever watched our show. Do you?
She said you should talk about government.
Skip who?
The regulation and crushing small businesses, and I'm like, I think we've been talking about that for years.
I still say RICO, monopoly. There's all kinds of. It's a list of.
See, here's the problem, though, Kevin.
Right.
By definition, handing an entire industry over to multiple companies is not a monopoly.
No, I know. But is the government not selling cigarettes?
The government is not breaking the law by crushing all the mom and pop small businesses because they're not handing it over to one company. They're handing it over to 5 companies.
Technically, I'm wrong and you are correct. Technically. But is it not monopoly?
No, it's not. By definition, it's not.
Inter and intra-state commerce.
No,
it's not blocking anything.
No, because it's not blocking. It's not blocking those big 5 companies from. It's just basically crushing small business or small people.
Mm-hmm.
We did talk about it. We played the whole damn thing, Skip.
Go to sleep. Just go to sleep, Skip, so we can.
We played the entire thing. I can't replay it again. That was 13 whole minutes. 13 and a half minutes.
So
I'm sorry that you missed it.
So it's not a monopoly, and it's not a RICO statute infraction.
No.
Because they've covered their asses, plural, more than one. So.
Well, when you're the group of people that wrote the laws, you sort of know where all the
holes are.
The places where you can,
not use a condom. That's those are the places.
Well, no, we don't want a holy condom.
No.
Well, if there is a holy condom that works miraculously, that would be a different story. But
Bruni, stop encouraging me.
I gotta go back to Twitter, Kevin.
It's RICO. It's all the same bullshit. Desk murder. I love that one.
Now the government itself cannot be sued for RICO. It's the one that would be suing people for RICO.
I know.
So they get a buy.
But they're not going to do that because they're
exempt. Here, I'll show her a Brad Rodu. I'll show a Brad Rodu tweet.
Oh, did you see this? Did you see what he said?
Please provide scientific evidence that people, not mice, show impact nicotine has on the developing brain. Should be easy. There are 90 million current former adult smokers in the United States who started as teens.
Now,
Hashtag vapor madness.
You get me all giddy and excited when you do this. Now go to his. Are you going to go to his other tweet for today? Or are you going to make me wait?
What says this tweet has been deleted by the author?
What? Go to his profile. Just there. That's what I wanted to see. I don't know what.
3 years and counting and still no answer because he originally tweeted this to Steve at the FDA on September 24th, 2018. But Steve at the FDA has deleted the tweet. That's why when I click here, it doesn't show this tweet because Steve ran away.
Steve has no balls. And he probably doesn't wear a condom anyway, so it doesn't matter. May, could, or might, but probably not.
And obviously, we've had a neuroscientist on the show talking specifically about the nature of rat addiction to nicotine
and the nature
and how it affects the human brain. The only reason I know specifically about that is because I specifically watched that entire episode today and cut it for later consumption.
Yeah. And for goodness sake, if you're not
to paraphrase
Dr. Rodu, follow Dr. Rodu because I'm going to put
to paraphrase.
Yeah.
Rats don't get addicted to nicotine if you put them in a communal environment where there are other rats for them to hang out with and to enjoy life with. They only push that button to be administered nicotine when they are lonely, depressed, agitated, anxious. If you put them in an environment where they're enjoying life and they're having fun, they don't do that.
Unprotected sex. They're probably having unprotected sex.
And also, you know, the idea in people's brains that the female praying mantis, after having sex, will eat the head of their husband or and they're not married. So, you know, it's promiscuous praying mantises, but they will bite the head of their male partner off. They only do that if you put them in a jar where it's just them two. Yes.
Oh, they won't do it in the wild.
No, they do not do that in the wild. I have a clip, but I won't play it yet. It is going to be included in the project because after Charlie said that, I said, "Oh dear, I hope my wife doesn't get into a jar with me and close the top." And Charlie said, "Yeah, you better stay away from jars." Charles got us a couple times on that video, by the way.
I know.
First, he started out when he introduced him saying,
I know.
I don't even like you two.
What a brilliant opening.
I know. Like, he's like pretty hard and cold-blooded on that one. He's like, here, here, look, Kevin.
Hello, let me just say I don't like either of you.
Well, that's understandable. I mean,
oh my God,
that's pretty hard right there.
It's all right. And he's pretty smug about it.
Yeah, he's like, I don't even like you guys. It's like, damn, Charles.
I love that.
I offered to buy him a fucking microphone and a headphones so that he would sound better on his podcast.
Yeah.
And he talks to us that way.
I know. I'd love to have him on again. I don't care.
Oh, he's going to come on again.
And again. Because every time I can learn something, that's a good thing. Because I'm not very bright.
That's true.
Mama called me son, but that ain't why.
Yeah.
And Eliana would be an interesting one to have back on after.
I would love to have Eliana back on. She's got a lot of other stuff to talk about too, because
sciencey and that molecule crap.
She's got like a position with like
Eddie said we saw the fun with molecules.
UN or something like that.
Still, Dr. Rodu would be good. We got to get.
Oh yeah, I'm sure at some point we're going to get him on, if he will put up with the chuckleheads.
I met him in Columbus. I have a picture.
Here. This is already posted on the internet, so I can actually show this. This is so CAFRA, which is the Coalition of Asia Pacific Tobacco Harm Reduction Advocates. It's a network of all of the consumer harm reduction associations in Asia Pacific region. So there's this thing called the COP, right? It's the Council of the Parties or something like that. It's all the signatories to the FCTC. COP 9 is this new one. It's every 2 years, and they talk about how they're going to regulate tobacco and kill vaping. That's essentially what the whole purpose of that thing is.
Yeah.
So from the 8th through the 12th of November, that is when the COP 9 will be. They're going to do 24 hours of streaming for 5 days. CAFRA is. So it says here, previous to the COVID pandemic, CAFRA had made plans to rent a room at a nearby hotel for the FCTC COP 9 meeting, and then have THR consumers and any experts who were available for press calls, meetings, and question and answer sessions. This was to be our response for being shut out once again from the proceedings, yet being available to the media, who inevitably would also be shut out. Because yes, the World Health Organization and the FCTC people do not let anyone in to participate in their conference. So because of COVID,
denied.
Yes, and we actually have friends that have firsthand knowledge of being blocked. So anyway, because of COVID, that plan was axed, as most of us in Asia Pacific are still under lockdowns and restrictions on travel. However, we have decided to bring the plan to life via live stream that will run 24 hours for 5 days during the COP week. And they're calling it Scope, Streaming Consumers on Point Everywhere. CAFRA is going to run a program similar to Voices for Vape for 2 hours every day from 11 to 1 Hong Kong time during the 5 days. There will be approximately 30 minutes of pre-recorded content followed by a live Q&A and or panel session every day during that time frame for CAFRA. And that leaves 22 hours per day remaining for others to participate in any way you feel is suitable and you are comfortable with. This live stream is going to be heavily produced, as they want consumers and interested and supportive parties to participate to tobacco harm reduction to do what they feel is important during this time. It could mean an advocate just wants an hour of time to sit and talk with friends and advocates about their harm reduction journey, or it could be a presentation by the leader of a consumer organization on what they do and why they do it. The consumer organizations of CAFRA are preparing their own presentation panel discussions to air live during the time in their own local languages, in their time zones, and we feel that it is very important as an outreach that consumers have the platform to use their advocacy and hopefully reach people in their country and globally. So, anywho, we are going to be participating in this event, Kevin. You see how I volunteered you for that, by the way.
So consumers,
we will be
Alt COP 9.
Yeah. We will be taking several legs during this time, they will be providing me with a calendar and available times, and we will work around our calendar to be able to participate in this event. And also, during that time, they will be playing segments from our past shows.
I need to interject.
No.
Piss off. When we don't even like ourselves. Like, forget who said that. That was funny. Addie, I think. When COP goes on, by the way, they're going to delay 2 years from talking about less harmful products because they don't like that. When that goes on, they have hashtags on Twitter.
Yes, they do.
It's a big open secret.
You remember what we did? You know what we did on
fucking decimated.
World No Tobacco Day? You remember that?
Decimated.
We live streamed for like what feels like 8 hours that day.
Yeah.
It's a very long video.
You can over decimate.
You can over tweet it. We're going to be broadcasting all of our normal places and to the CAFRA or whatever destination that they're going to be using. We will be broadcasting there as well. So we're going to have all of our normal distributions, so that our normal people can watch there. If you want to watch on the CAFRA YouTube or whatever channel that they're going to be broadcasting on, you can watch there. We're going to try to get this everywhere. And if they're, Nancy, we'll probably get Nancy Lucas to come on because she's the head of CAFRA. We'll have her on between now and then. But there's a bunch of people here. So get your fucking Twitter balls ready because we're going to go balls to the wall on that day or on that 5 days. So
Twitter web thing,
if you got vacation time, here's a good one, Kevin. If you got vacation time, put in it for it now. I won't be able to because I have sick patients that have COVID to deal with. But we're gonna figure out ways to do this so that we can kick ass and make sure that we are louder. And this won't be just for our American audiences. It's going to be for the international crowd, Kevin.
I have to stop you now.
No.
Two things. First of all, we have to be somewhat as eloquent as most of our guests, not each other. And
do you not remember the show where Nancy Lucas was on the show?
Oh yeah.
Already. You remember?
Yeah, oh yeah, I remember.
She doesn't couch her language.
We have to be as eloquent as she is, and Amanda is, and Charles is, within reason. You can't go on there and go fuck.
Actually, I have a clip of Charles cussing on our last show.
That's true. Andrew, I appreciate the follow, sir. I just realized you followed me because I didn't realize I couldn't figure out who you were on that because I couldn't remember the damn handle. So there anyway. That was the other thing. So eloquence doesn't have to be perfect. Your wording doesn't have to be thought through necessarily. It just has to be flowing and truthful, and you can cite things and you can say things and you can be brave. Cop9 can be hacked.
It could be.
I will take my no swearing pills. Nancy, she's one of the queens. She is. Judy will probably be doing something.
Hey, maybe I'll invite Judy to come on so that she can say clusterfuck.
I would love to have Judy. I would love to have Judy on anyway.
She lives in England though. They have a weird time zone. They're not really conducive to our show.
Anthony, great idea. Everybody put your Twitter handles in there, and then you guys check each other and make sure you're following each other. And then, hell yeah, why not?
We've done that many times.
Absolutely. Nick asked for a Twitter tutorial last week, actually, so maybe we should do that eventually.
My God, Nick is a dummy. Like we've done it.
It's the sun coming through.
Oh my God,
his brain's so big, his hair's going away.
It's because he's a
Why are you
Tampa Bay
laughing?
Buccaneers fan.
No, I'm not talking to you. I don't even like you. No, I'm not talking about you. I don't even like you. Jesus Christ, fucking stoners.
Was that the pothead?
It was the pothead, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The band has been designed. Look at that. No, I don't like my kids either. But I have Logan.
They
so
are
I'm very grateful.
like little versions of you.
It's scary, actually. If I could have skipped right straight to Logan, I would have. Nick said, "What are you talking about?" I said,
trying to move stuff from one monitor to the other.
Who am I?
You're
It's
an
a question
idiot.
I ask all by myself.
That's what you are.
I'm gonna put me in there. I bet every one of you is following me. I bet. But I wasn't thinking vape band. I was thinking Andrew something earlier. So there's mine. Night, Victor.
Watch this.
Okay, here we go. This is Charles.
COPD, dying of end stage, COPD is awful. If you've ever seen somebody that has end stage COPD fighting for every breath, that fear of trying to get to the oxygen, trying to get that breath. Think about that every moment of every day.
Forever.
I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get the fighting for that air, that panic. I mean, it's a primal fear that all humans have of suffocation. And we need to be more sympathetic to those people. We need to understand. I mean, like you said in the intro video, this is not a black and white thing, but tobacco control has made it a black and white thing. They've drawn a line and they've said, this is the way you're doing it. And if you don't do it our way,
you're a criminal.
Forget about you. Harm reduction is supposed to be focused on meeting the person that you're trying to help where they are, not trying to drag them to where you are. If the patches and the gums work for some people, wow, that's awesome. You're not smoking. That's great. But for a lot of us, it didn't work.
Yep.
And they need to understand that there's not one magic bullet. There's not one solution to this problem that's going to solve this problem for everyone.
Never. Anthony said that this account is a bot account.
What bot? Who's a bot? Are you a bot, Kevin?
It's been reported as a bot account. It's been discussed.
No gap.
Frank hasn't called me yet. So yeah, when you're gasping for air and all you got's tobacco flavor, and you don't like that becomes useless as the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that kind of?
Yeah, I'm literally providing
content,
over 2 hours of content broken down into 3 to 5 minute segments for them to play throughout the event. Plus, we will be taking several live slots.
Not to take away from our guests over the past year and a half, 2 years, Dr. Glover, Dr. Gardner, Holly, Elanya, oh my God, Hennig, oh my God, you can literally take one from every single freaking guest and go.
Actually,
listen
Kevin,
to that.
Actually, there's one that you didn't get to participate in.
Okay.
Tyndall? I'm gonna
40%. Like I'd go in there in the morning, like I did bid a bunch of people, and they'd be.
I'm gonna play. I gotta find a spot.
Leaving hospital against medical hospital or on the grounds, like.
So Dr. Mark Tyndall was on the show, and you didn't get to participate because you had something to do that day. Now this is just a segment of the slot that one of the slots from that show. So,
and then probably 10 years ago, the hospital, this is a no smoking place. You can't, there's nowhere you can smoke in our hospital or on the grounds. Like you couldn't
you have
stand
to
in
go
front of the
across the
hospital.
street.
Yeah. So, the people leaving hospital against medical advice was about 40%. Like I'd go in there in the morning, like I'd admit a bunch of people and they'd be really sick. And I'd go in and to see them, and the nurse would say, "Oh, they left because of smoking. They quit because there's no place to smoke." Like they're leaving like with, endocarditis and massive abscesses and infections in their bones and severe HIV. And we thought as a hospital, somehow this is a caring place, that we thought that it was a reasonable thing to punish these people because they smoke cigarettes to the extent that they could just go out and die. Like that was their decision, and I just found that just so unethical. Like this person has a lot on their mind. They've smoked for 40 years or 25 years. Today is not the day they're going to stop smoking.
So, I mean, this is some of the quality of the people that we've had on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And the content that we are able to share, and we're gonna take advantage of Kafra's request, because that, I mean, you weren't able to be on the show, but he's talking about like his main thing is drug policy, is drug harm reduction, and he's talking about setting up like drug injection sites in places in Canada so that people don't die from illicit drugs. And he's talking about, I put together a group of people that were all drug users, and we were setting up like a support group, and they would come to meetings and blah, blah, blah. And that people would just stop showing up, and he would find out, and he's like, oh, such and such died. And he's like, oh, did they overdose? And he's like, no, they died of cancer or COPD, or they, it wasn't the drugs that were killing these people. It was tobacco that was killing these people.
Ostracize them, send them to the other side of the road.
That show was not the super longest show. So like, I only was able to glean 3 amazing clips from that show from him. But you start putting all of these amazing guests that we've had on this show together, and once this happens, I'm going to upload all of these videos into the YouTube thing and make one playlist of like, these are like powerful moments or whatever, so that people can watch them later. I don't want to make them available until we actually use them in November, but after that, it's going to be and I'm going to keep doing this. I think after every one of our guest shows, I'm going to, and I still haven't even gotten to the show last week with Chuck talking about the study. I intend on making some clips out of that show where he's talking about the study, the economics study on the fact that vape taxes and flavor bans don't actually do what the unintended consequences. It really, I enjoy what we do, Kevin, and the nature of the fact of the matter is that we put together tons of amazing content that people are simply not absorbing. I mean, I see the numbers. I know how many people watch the videos and how many followers I have on YouTube and how many people listen to the audio podcast. And, the audio podcast actually is pretty good. We have pretty good distribution. I was looking at the map to see where our listeners are, and they literally are all over the world.
We have beautiful listeners.
But yeah, the video YouTube, we never really promoted the YouTube channel. So, we don't have, I think we have like 120 followers on YouTube.
Right. That's the core group.
I mean, and that's great. I mean, it'd be nice if there was 1,000 people in there or 2,000 people. I don't want to be Grim Green with
you might
however many hundreds of thousands of people that he has, but the more people that listen to the show or watch the show, it's awesome. But the fact of the matter is that we have, in this calendar year, have put together fucking murderers row. Like, if you follow baseball, the 1927 Yankees, those guys were the best. That's what we've put together is an amazing list of really awesome guests who have put some really great stories out there that have said some amazing things that more people need to see.
Patrick, we're chuckleheads, and we're self-admitted chuckleheads, and that's okay. We're consumers, and the survey and the blog and the Twitter account for me is to entice, antagonize, poke at, and beat on the people that are lying. And then when we have people on this show, and there's more, but wait, there's more. Then we have people on this show that solidify the things that I do know and tell me things that I'm wrong about at the same time sometimes. That makes me happier, because if we're a channel that can bring people to go, wow, listen to that. I never thought of it that way. Then changing your mind is not always bad. It's not. To me, it's not. If I'm mad at my son, or you're mad at your wife, and then you realize, oh shit, that's not the way I thought it was. No, that's wrong. I'm wrong. Oh shit, I'm wrong. We can admit it when we're wrong. I think you've had 2 instances in your life so far, and I've had hundreds, and that's okay. I'm all right about that. So the people that are coming on, Dr. Tyndall, Dr. Gardner, Dr. Glover, etc., all these very important people in their own rights, in their own world, are spending time with 2 chuckleheads. We're the only 2 chuckleheads that they continue to come back to. That's
Can we
good.
do we should get a hashtag Chuckleheads vape ban too.
You're getting pushy with these bans, aren't you?
Well, the first one wasn't my idea. That was somebody who opened his mouth and now has to pay the piper. That's what.
Is it like an OG Chucklehead band, maybe? OG Chucklehead.
An OG Chucklehead? Yeah, I mean, we have awesome friends, Jay Love is still in the chat room, which is amazing, because he normally tries to
sleep,
comes in, says hello, and then he runs away.
I know.
Well, no, it's way too early. He's in California. It's only like 9:00 there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Did you get a message?
He's one of those left coast guys.
Did you
yes,
get a
I
message?
Did. I already responded back.
Okay, good. Because
I can multitask. All the content is pretty much done now, so we're fine.
Bruni.
Now it's just us BSing for a little while.
Truly has been amazing guests. A show where they ain't pressured, and that's actually by default. We don't purposely go. You have to say that we don't script our shit. We don't give them a thing to read.
No,
it's all
I don't give
ad lib.
Well, I mean, sometimes they'll say, "Well, what do you want?" Like Dr. Colin Mendelson, and he's also one that I still have yet to clip.
Yep.
I mean, I've clipped like 8 shows now. 2 of Mari's appearances, 2 of Charlie's appearances, but the Charlie's first appearance was on Zoom, and it was not nearly as good as the second one, so I didn't use any of that. Mark Tyndall, Eliana, Charles Henage,
Mm-hmm.
You know, Henich, because I tweeted one of those clips. The thing about Twitter video is, you know, you can't tweet a video that's more than 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So not a lot of our awesome segments are less than that. So I tried to send a much longer one the other day. It was like a 3.5 minute long clip, and it was like, you can't do this. So
minute and a half. 1, 2.
I can live stream for 4 hours on Twitter, but I can't share a video that's longer than 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Have you looked at Chris's yet? There's a couple things in there on Chris that were good.
Chris who?
Big knowledge.
Well, his audio sucks.
He wasn't drinking.
There's a lot of great content, but I tried to make it the second Charles show had a lot of awesome content, but there was about halfway through the show there was a high-pitched reverb going through, so there was a lot of that I couldn't use because of that weird sound. And then your grandkid was coughing in the background a lot in that one show too.
Oh, see, I don't remember that.
Man, well, that was
I'll talk to
one
him.
of the shows. You just tell him he's not allowed to cough anymore.
I'll straighten him out.
We should actually send Jay Love the link to come into the show now, but he'll say he's not able to watch. I just mentioned it. Now watch the chat room. His next comment will be I like picking on Jay. But
Skip's
yes,
gonna come on. We still have yet to have Skip on.
because she didn't. See, he said, now, see, look, he made an excuse. I'm walking my dog.
Are you streaming us
I
while you're
have
walking
private
your dog?
messages where I offered to have Skip on the show, and
That's pretty impressive that we can be walked dogs and be in airports.
Yes.
It must be important to some extent.
because we are hitting all of the places where all of the cool kids are. I did see somebody asked earlier where we were monitoring. So we're actually monitoring the Facebook and the YouTube channel, and I have Twitter open, and I can see the Twitter notifications if somebody responds to the video on Twitter. So technically we are monitoring, or I am monitoring 3 places.
We're famous all the way to McDonald's.
I actually made a proposal to somebody to put our video on another platform that could not be canceled, and I have not received a response. But we are literally as decentralized as we could possibly be, because we're broadcasting natively from StreamYard, not directly to Facebook, not directly to YouTube, not directly to Twitter. So we're actually on a third aggregate platform. And if we had another $50 a month, we could actually go to up to eight different platforms. Wouldn't that be awesome? We could go on to Twitch and any other video platform that uses that key sequence. So if Vapors TV was still around, we could actually go to Vapors TV, which it actually turned into Twitch. So my monitor keeps turning off. Monitor number 2 keeps cutting out, and I have to unplug it and plug it back in. For some reason, I don't know what to do with that, but
I know how to plug stuff in.
I know how to unplug it and plug it back in, but for some reason, it will cut out. Like it's going to sleep, even though I've checked all the sleep settings, and it shouldn't be doing it. It's doing it, which is disturbing. See, Skip keeps pretending like there's no private message. I could actually pull it up on screen if you wanted me to. And you can't delete it. But if Skip wants to come on the show, she'll come on the show. I have no doubt in my mind that I will make space for her. I'll kick you off to get Skip on.
All right,
but
that's fine.
But Mark has to take some more pictures for me.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. It's like a bribery thing in reverse. You get her all riled up and get her all hot and bothered. And
I got
she
her all
falls
riled
asleep
up
on
this
you.
week. She said she wasn't even going to wake up for the show because I was going to play cat videos all show.
Gasp. Send me screenshots, she said. Uh-oh.
I'm just going to share them. Let me open Messenger. Her and Alan Beard both use the same excuses.
I love Al.
Let me open Messenger. But hey, we got a super awesome secret surprise guest.
What?
There's Andrew.
Hey, how are you?
See, Andrew's got to put up or shut up.
I'm up and I'm putting up, no problem. But I don't have the ability to share my screen. But part of me is like this could be the cloned band of the century.
Yes, you actually do have the ability to share screen.
I do.
Yes, there's a button across the bottom of the window that you're in right now.
Okay.
The StreamYard window, there should be a thing that says share.
All right.
And then you can, if you have one monitor or multiple monitors, you can share a specific monitor. And once you do, I can actually approve it to be added to the stream.
And then can I stop it real quick? I mean, I don't even, do not post this on Twitter. We don't want this like getting out yet.
No, Kevin.
It's one. Well, I already talked to Kevin about it, but I'll show you guys because I really want, like, I usually get proof sign off. So this is sort of community sign off. I think it's kind of a good way of going about it. I guess I can hit share screen. You guys want to see it? Anybody want to see this thing?
I'm ready.
Yeah. We're gonna see the clusterfuck vape band.
A blip.
How do I share a screen? So, okay, I can pick a part of my screen.
You can pick a tab if you have it, or a whole window, or it's should be very easy.
I don't know if it's going to see it, but
well, I'll see it before I can actually see it.
Can you see it?
I can see the preview before I put it to the stream.
Is it preview blank or?
No, it's not. You haven't shared a screen yet.
Oh. It says Google Chrome would like to record your computer screen.
Yes, just say yes.
Open. I have to open up some sort of fucking preferences.
You gotta turn you have to give Google permission to spy on you for the rest of your life.
Blind trust.
No, it's not my regular browser.
It
says Google Chrome will not be able to record your contents until you quit Google Chrome. So I have to come back?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it.
Yeah.
I should have just told him the private message it to me, and then I could have shared it for a split second.
So Skip is leaning towards. It'll probably be coffee, so I don't fall asleep on camera.
So Andrew, if you have an issue or a problem, you can just private message it to me, and I'll know it's there. I can see it.
Yeah. What do you think of it? Because I'll change it before, but it glows in the dark. Number one, and so the band's gonna glow in the dark. The first part's all blue, and the second part's red. Those are the true red, white, and blue colors for sure as well. So show it. See what you guys.
We're gonna show it real quick. Everybody, look at your monitors because it's only going to be on screen for like 2 seconds. Ready?
10 seconds. Leave it up there for 10 seconds.
Okay. All right.
It hasn't even shown up yet. So
there it is.
Oh my God. Judy has no idea. I love it.
I'm sorry.
I love it.
Yeah, I think that you got. Okay, so we got one nice from Bruni in YouTube. We got one hell yes from Paul. That's 2 votes. The rest of you, there's like 30 people in Facebook. I need to see more than 2 yeses.
Yeah, one's in the room. Just one's in the room if we go to production. If I get 10 ones, I'm going. Like now. Like now.
There's a nice.
Do it. Bring it on. Oh yeah. Wow.
Okay. That's
there is quite a delay.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Where's
good.
Jay?
I've been looking for a good hashtag, but that one's great for a band.
8,
I've never put the
9.
I've never put fuck on a vape band before, but this one deserves it.
Oh yeah.
This could be a
still-
fundraising band at some point. We could turn it into, we could do a whole
Okay,
campaign.
So we got like 14. We got like 14.
It's done. J
14
Love caps
yeses.
it off. J Love caps it off. Done. It's going into production. It's going to be. Here's the thing. It's designed as a 24 millimeter band, so it'll fit bubble tanks, and it's going to be a 1/2 inch in height. So it's going to be,
It'll fit my K-Fun 24.
It'll fit your K-Fun 24 very well.
Aspire. What is this? I forget.
It's not going to be a one size fits all, I guess. But
No.
what is yours? What size is your Nautilus, Kevin? Because maybe I'll just make some just for that.
5 milliliter.
So it's 22 millimeter round.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
It's the
so
standard size.
I'm not that smart.
I might have to make them in 2 sizes.
It'll even fit on this.
Maybe I'll just make 100 just for Kevin to hand out, the 22 millimeters.
They'll all end up politicians.
Can you make some to go on like CE4s?
They're going to be on. I'll put them up on my website, but I mean,
put them up on the website.
If like somebody wanted them, and who knows, we could make a lot if it does work out, and people want to buy them wholesale. I'll just sell them cheap. Get the word out. That'll be great. The FDA will be like, "What is clusterfuck?" It's like, it's everything that you've done to us.
Mark said he'll sell them for funding as soon as his Bernie bands are gone.
Bernie bands.
Oh, I was funding this shelter.
I need a Bernie band.
We love Bernie.
I like Bernie.
Bernie should be a guest.
I actually like Bernie more than I like Mark.
Why could
Oh. I've never met Bernie.
Bernie's an awesome dog. Bernie converts smokers.
Yes,
Bernie
he does.
just
He's a
sits
famous
there
dog.
in the window?
She is an amazing dog. I don't know why somebody would name a dog Bernie. That's a girl
It's a
dog.
girl.
But
like Benita. Could be a Benita nickname. You never know.
So Paul is sending me pictures of watches that he thinks that I should have, apparently. Skulls and bullets.
There you go. Bernadette.
Somebody buy me the skull and bullets watch.
All right. Well, I just wanted to drop in and show that to you guys. And now that I've done it, I'm going to go. I'm going to go to work and get it made. So
five more seconds of the clusterfuck bait man. 1, 2, 3, 4,
go
5.
Judy.
All right.
Oh my god.
What is
I think that post that you put on Twitter is probably the biggest political statement I have made in the on Twitter. I've never and I'm quoted for saying clusterfuck. It's great.
Oh my god. Yeah, Judy.
At this day and age, at this time, Owl, you've been around for at least 11 years.
Yeah.
Right? Because you
I
were doing
started
it before me.
I started vaping February 19th, 2011.
Oh no,
So,
I'm
10 years.
older than
You've got a little more time in on me.
I'm older than you. I thought you were older than me.
Yeah, I wasn't teabagging it. I think you were teabagging it back then.
Triangle tea bags were awesome.
I never figured out how to do it. I just heard the concept, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
The aquarium foam.
I heard about that.
Or just the whole
we will have to
carbonizers.
figure out we'll get Charles to get us an address for Judy.
Yep.
We'll figure out a way to get Judy a couple vape bands in the UK.
Yes.
We have to figure out a way to wake her up in the middle of the night or the middle of whatever time it is in the UK so that we can get her on the show.
I tagged her on Twitter with Andrew.
Yeah. I can't believe you guys did that. That's classic. It's totally classic.
Dude, I used to boil cardos.
I tried that. It didn't work.
You just, no, I mean, you got to let them hang out for like days to dry back out. But yes, I did it.
That's I didn't know.
I
you.
did
I
it.
didn't know
I did it
better.
to 510 atomizers, but
Stingrays and
you know, thinking
HH357s.
if you think about it now, we did that, but like, how so crazy were we? We were nuts.
Oh,
You
no,
were
I
trying
would
to
soak
save your
everything in
life.
Everclear.
We were trying to save money.
Yeah.
Saving the atomizers were available. You could get a new one.
I had like a jar on my desk back in the day full of Everclear, and I would drop stuff in there and put the lid on and shake it up and let it sit there for a day or two and then take it out and let it dry. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to use all sorts of methods.
You could cut the mesh off the top of the
debridge it.
Debridge it. You could take the little mesh out. Yeah.
The
when we were actually
somebody came up with
modding.
something called Addy Cleaner. Remember? And they were selling Addy Cleaner. Yeah.
Who was it? Oh, and Adam, most angry pirate, the inventor of the map tank. But he also created a glass cleaner.
Yeah, that we sold
to clean.
Yeah.
To clean.
Exonerate. And the funny thing is, I have like a pallet.
I have a bottle of that here.
I still have a pallet of it left. And I was thinking it was kind of cute to put an expiration date on it. So I put an expiration date on it, like, you know, some falsehood or what have you. Anyway, so now I've got a pallet of expired product that I technically, it never expires, but nobody would understand that, you know. So
because you were an idiot.
I use it myself, so I get a case sent to my, you know, once every couple of months. But
yeah,
you know,
no,
it is what it is.
It did have that the horrible side effect of the exonerate was the fact that it smelled like angry meat, or not angry meat. Somebody put angry pirate, and it smelled like raw meat. I mean, that's what it smelled like.
It was triple distilled. What do you call it? Triple distilled. I can't even remember what we put in the damn thing. What is the name of it? Witch hazel.
Yeah.
And you couldn't buy it on the shelf at that type of, you know, distillation. So whatever it is, it worked great. So if you're looking at Windex or anything like that, you can get your hands on a lot of that stuff. Not
cleans
that brand,
the vape crud off of your windows better than any commercial window cleaner.
Witch hazel is the winner. Period.
Yeah.
Down. You know.
So you could go and buy. You could go buy hemorrhoid pads because they're also made out of witch hazel, and wipe your windows with that.
I must not be doing it right. I don't get a haze on my windows.
In your car?
I mean, you're not a cloud vapor.
Neither am I. But after a while, my windows get a funk on them, and you have to clean them.
That's probably from sneezing.
I clean them every couple weeks anyway, so maybe I don't notice it. Yeah.
My new car that I've only had for 3 months or 2.5 months has already got a buildup. So yeah, I mean, and you use Windex or any other window cleaner, it just kind of
smears it.
It doesn't really break it down and wipe, you know, the VG or the PG or whatever.
Anemic.
That's a good one. I never heard that one. That's great. So
anemic.
I always joked that I could do the cloud comps with my my Crave Sigalike, and I'd lose quickly. Nope, not a cloud blower.
Yep. And Bruni says it's also good for bee stings.
It's great for bug bites. It's great for certainly spider bites. But it's great for a lot of things. There's like 14 different uses for witch hazel. You can use it as mouthwash too. You can gargle.
Yeah, I mean it's totally safe. I used to when I was cleaning atomizers, I'd run water through them to get all the residue off the inside of the atomizer, and then I would spray it all down with the exonerate, and then wipe it off and let it set for a while, and then rinse it off and put it back on, and then you get rid of all of the funk. Like your atomizer doesn't smell like what was just in it, you know. And that was You had to let it do its work, give it 5 minutes or whatever, and then rinse it out, and boom, done. Done. But Andrew's got a lot of work to do now. He's got to make 1 million clusterfuck vape bans.
Oh yeah, that's the question: is how many do we make? Holy crap! Yeah, that's a big figure. I'll just make some, sell them out, and then make more. But it's not gonna. I'm not even gonna make it a limited edition. I'm just gonna say limited quantities, and then just make more. I think it could sell just because
it could sell because it has fuck in it, and people will buy it. It's like every call to action that we've ever had has had some responses. Blah 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 blah. The most successful calls to action that we've ever had use the word, we're going to break the White House phone lines.
Break the internet.
Now you say something like that and people get excited. Americans get really excited. So they jumped on that that was the most successful call to action that has ever happened, is the Obama White House call to action. The CASA database doubled in one day. Like, I was at an event with Julie, and she's like, "Have you seen the response on this? Blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Yeah, I did it. Blah blah blah. Here's my, I even took a picture of a screenshot of my phone to show how many times I called." And she said, "Yeah, but the CASA database doubled in one day because Americans like to break shit."
Yeah.
So if we make it vulgar and put the word "fuck" in it, people will buy it.
And with red, white, and blue.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It says more than just clusterfuck.
Pissing off Karens everywhere.
I mean, you're putting it on a vape device. It says clusterfuck. So the vaping is a clusterfuck. The United States is a clusterfuck. It's great. It's just an all around
Judy
great
is
hashtag. She has no idea. She has no idea.
She is now the inspiration.
I mean, I should buy clusterfuckusa.com or something. I mean, I'm surprised that
what a
Joe Petner's not jumping on this one right away.
Oh dear God. The one and only time that Petner and I were ever in the same place was in the CASA. Remember, we did the big fundraiser for CASA. We did the 24-hour telethon on Vapors TV. You remember that? We raised like $35,000 in 24 hours for CASA. And he came in the room because it was open to every network on Vapors TV at the time. So all of the different networks had people that were participating. And one of us got a message from Zen. He said, "I want to come in." And Petner had come in. He had said something. And somebody said, Mike Morgan wants to come in. And as soon as they said that, Petner said, "Oh, I got to go." And I said, "Are you running away?" And he was gone.
Whoops.
It was kind of funny. That was the only over in all the years of being in the vaping world. That was my one conversation with him, basically calling him a chicken shit because he was running away because Mike Morgan was coming in. But Mike Morgan did design 3 one-of-a-kind mods for that auction and made there was a what the hell was that guy's name? He had a company called JJ Vapes, not J Vapes, but JJ Vapes. And he spent like maybe $6,000 on 3 mods that he gave away.
Wow.
I was like, damn, man.
Wow.
He back in the day, vape companies would put money down if they thought it was going to help them.
Mm-hmm.
Vicious Ant came out with a mod back then. It was the first 250 watt device, that worked with
the touchscreen one.
Yeah, no, it still had buttons and it was a lithium battery, and everybody was afraid of it, but everybody wanted it. And JJ sold me. JJ Vapes, his name's JJ, and JJ sold me one of the 8 that he got. And I still have it. It's still in the box. Like, I've tried to use it, but getting the batteries is a pain in the butt.
Yeah,
But
I mean, they were lipo packs or something like that, right?
Yeah, for that particular device.
Yeah.
But and it never worked perfectly. Like sometimes you'd be vaping at 30 watts and it would hit up to 200 and like all of a sudden. So
yeah,
But JJ was great.
Those were the days, man. I mean, I've got here's a one of a kind Mike Morgan 18350 Kabuki device. The guys like him, Matt Wellman from E-Pipe Mods, those guys were all awesome, and they're all out of business now.
Didn't Matt lose a hand or a finger?
He had because he woodworker, but he's making guitars.
Yep,
he's still working. Like he's making guitars, and Mike is still doing Mike stuff. But Shan, don't bring up Shan Mods in here. That
oh my God, Shan's
scammed me out of like a lot of money.
Can we use the quotes?
She didn't. I don't even have to scam. I don't even have to do this. Like I bought like 2 mods from her, and one of them came and it was bad, like it didn't work, and she said send it back, I'll fix it, and then never ever responded to another message. I did a whole show back in the day talking about her scamming me, so I'm not gonna read. It's like $350 out the window.
I never met her. I just knew her as a name on the internet, and I have one of her mods too. It's a little tiny thing with a LiPo battery too.
I have one right there.
Everybody had to have one.
Fucking guitar box mod is what I mean. It was a little project, electric project box is what they are.
Yeah. They're the buttons. They're the buttons that you would find on.
She had a really nice mod called a Maryland, which was an old cigarette box. Remember the old metal cigarette boxes that people would carry around?
Yeah.
And it had a DNA, like a DNA 20 chip in it or something. It was back in the day. And they were gorgeous because they were the engraved like metal cigar cases. They were beautiful, but she did scam me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Troop, don't go anywhere.
Troop, don't go nowhere.
I still have my 5 Pawns. 5 Pawns came out with a box mod. They had like a couple hundred of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
And with a MOSFET, it's as safe as it could get, I guess, at the time.
I mean, if you're gonna bring up J-Rock. J-Rock made me a one of a kind mod. I'm actually number 13. Unlucky 13 because I specifically wanted an Ace of Spades box mod. Designed to look like a deck of cards. I mean, it's pretty big. It's a dual 18350 or 18650. But
box is huge.
This was back in the day when people wanted to have like big, like before everybody wanted to make small mods, they made big mods.
Everything started small, went very big, then went very small again.
Yeah. So I wanted something special though. So he ran a fiber optic light kit through it. Oh, I got to turn it on. It lights up, which is really cool.
Nice.
Except the batteries that I just put in it are dead. I think.
Vapor flask. Well, you're just.
I never had
that's
one.
Right. Hexome.
Hexome, they're a Texas company. I know those guys.
That's what Jay was saying, that it was a Hexome and the faceplate was for 5 Pawns. I think I have like number, I don't know, 51 or something like that.
Yeah. It lights up.
Nah. Sweet.
Caravella, yeah, I know Pedro we're Facebook friends. He still makes mods. he's got like he's Portuguese. I'm in a group. They sent us a mod for an auction, one of a kind Caravella, and he actually hand engraved like a pirate thing on it. It's pretty nice. Mike Morgan has it. But I'd like to have a portion of the money that Mike has in mods that he didn't make.
I know his cabinet is filled with every piece of
like he's got like
amazing.
some amazing shit. So
it was my favorite.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind having that
Little Darwin.
Yep,
still works. I think there's very few people that have them that still work.
Well, I mean,
they only made 1,000 to
Yeah.
sell, and they made 1,000 to replace, so that when somebody would break one and they would call up and they would get it fixed, they would just send them a new one. They'd say they'd modify it, but they just send them all the fixed parts in a brand new mod.
Matt Wardell's current says that he still has one that works.
That's great.
I mean, this is a P3, but I have like 12 Proveris. These are just the two that are on my desk. In my opinion, still probably the best thing ever made.
The most simply, it's such a simple design, simply well made, and the chip inside that you can look down the tube and it's just one little square chip and a screw.
Yep.
It's well made. The thing is just a solid rock. I've never broken one.
I have a Proveri Dragon still in the box.
Let's see.
It's never been used. It's never been taken out of the box.
I actually had a Provari Dragon. I gave it away to a friend who loves
I wanted the
dragons.
Celtic one, and I never could find one. By the time I had the cash, they were sold out everywhere. And then they made the bigger one, the Procyon, but that one didn't last very long because then they went into production on the Radius.
I never got a Radius.
I have two of these.
Always wanted a Radius.
I wanted the
never
white
got
one. I could never find the white one. The white one is beautiful. But I have the black one and the blue one. I mean, we could sit here all night. I mean, here.
All right.
Hannah mod.
Hannah mod.
The only problem with this one is
DNA
DNA 40.
right? Yeah.
The only problem with this one is the DNA 40's bad in it, and I need to send it to get. I don't know anybody that's got DNA 40 chips anymore.
I have the same mod, and
this is the
is that
stainless
blue?
steel one.
Oh, it's stainless steel, and it doesn't work either. And the
just
battery
loved it.
doesn't charge inside the unit. You have to unscrew the back
you have to
and
actually
it
take
out.
the back off and everything.
Yeah,
But,
it's a pain.
this one dry fires. It won't stop firing. It's auto firing. But this is stainless steel. I bought this because it was a brick. Shit! I just banged into the camera. Yeah, I mean, some amazing people creating amazing things over the years. This is probably still one of my favorite devices that was ever on the market. The original SX Mini.
Oh yeah, I can't find mine. It's somewhere.
And I
may
have
traded it with somebody.
I
had a pink one.
probably yes, I have a dick butt. How can I not be? Jay Love's asking if I have a Zen dick butt. Yeah, I have.
Condoms won't work.
I mean, if we want to go, I have like 5 or 6 ZNA mods in the box over there. I have the stainless steel one. I have all the fancy ones. Those were awesome devices too.
I thought the best part of that too was when he got clones. Mike took the clones and repaired them as part of a service because he made them better than they actually were.
Yeah,
you could fix them and tweak them and make them work. So
yeah, I have and I never vape over like 20 max, 20 watts. So even though they're ZNA 30s, still work fine for me.
I usually vape 18, but right now my 18 is in a liter jar and I have to go and get some. So I'm vaping 3 milligram and it's
that's
right
worthless.
now. It's not doing anything. Except for
I'm kind of
hot air.
upset though. I bought stuff from Five Ponds last week, and I've been vaping Queenside for a week now, and I'm almost out.
Yeah, I wish you could order it in New York, but they won't ship it here. I don't believe. And, it's illegal to ship to New York.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get a post office box right across the border.
Well, I think it. Well,
you're in
Jersey's not
Buffalo.
right.
Where are you at?
I'm in New York, Brooklyn.
I know that, but what part of New York?
Brooklyn, Buffalo.
Oh, you're in the fucking boonies, man.
I'm not in Buffalo. Brooklyn is not the boonies. If it was its own city.
I know it is. I used to date a girl that lived in Valley Stream on Long Island, and I'd be like, oh, let's go into the city. I don't want to go to the city. Never ever go into the city.
I go to the city very infrequently now. I rarely go anywhere. It's just easier not to go anywhere. And there's nothing to go and get, you know? I mean, I know I can buy e-liquid here, anywhere, behind and under the table, but I hate it. It's not what you want.
No, here's the thing.
It's not right.
Your government has made you into a criminal just for liking something a certain way.
My government has made me into a criminal and flipped the coin over the course of the last 6 months that now marijuana is legal in my state, recreationally. I mean, in every way, shape, or form. But I can't get a bottle of fucking e-liquid. I mean, drink. But
clusterfuck.
It's a clusterfuck. Exactly.
Yep. It is. So here's a question for Jay Love, since he's chicken shit, won't come in and talk to us face to face. Since synthetic nicotine is not a tobacco product, is there not a loophole for synthetic nicotine into New York? Does the bill specifically say tobacco nicotine?
I don't know if you want to do one. I guess that's a question, really. I guess, yeah. Answer that one, Jay. Do you really want to get into that, though? I mean, I'm testing his
product right now. I mean, I've already the only way we are ever going to crush these motherfuckers is if somebody gets swatted and we sue the motherfucker. Like if we take them to court.
Until it's not a loophole, it's a loophole. Right.
It is not illegal.
Right. That's what
until they fucking they can jump up and be froggy about it. And at that point, then we have to stick to our guns and say, look, they specifically said we cannot regulate tobacco nicotine from any other source. They specifically said it. So now that people are jumping on it, we need to stick to our guns and make them go to Congress and fight them in fucking Congress, in the courts. That's the only way. I mean, we can be chicken shit and forever and ever and ever and try to fly under the radar and act like a bunch of like sneaky bastards, or we can be in your face and say, hey, this is not illegal. This is not this is a legal product because you just said blah. So Amanda Wheeler is just said that she fangirls Judy on Twitter.
Man crush, woman crush, all crush.
But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we pay tax and we play by the rules we must in order to continue to sell. You're playing by the rules, though. That's what I'm asking. Since it's not tobacco-derived nicotine, does it fall in the PACT Act? Does it fall in the New York flavor ban? Because it's not a tobacco product. It's not a flavored tobacco product anymore. I gotta ask. Inquiring minds want to know.
Well, is milk beef?
No.
Have you ever had milk squeeze out of a freaking steak ever? Then tobacco ain't nicotine.
I just pictured that.
Think about it.
Oh, hey, while we're showing like product, give me a second here. I am not a robot. I got one of those captchas. I got a captcha. I got a captcha. Let's see.
Jay said you can get on a call tomorrow.
I'll be on a call.
I
will, depending on what time, because I have to take my wife to the shop to get her car fixed. Let me know what time. I love my friends at Five Ponds and will participate in any conversation they want me to, because love them. Hey, there's a store on the internet that sells t-shirts, guys.
What?
And there's the newest edition. This is the Walk the Plank tee. Take my vape, walk the plank. See that? Woo, woo. There's nothing on the back. Available in 6 different styles. There's the nicotine enhanced t-shirt. The Son of Liberty Radio t-shirt, which I am currently wearing.
Nicotine enhanced.
In red.
Inspired by Charles, right?
No, because I made up the word nicotine enhanced, but we were talking about neurodiversity. So partially. And it's available in a coffee cup.
I'm caffeine enhanced.
Yeah. And girly shirts and boy shirts. There's the Son of Liberty Radio coffee mug. And then there's my wife's nursey stuff. Do you think I should make like bike pants for?
Did you say bike
for
pants?
the? Well, that's what they are. I could make this design, but put our logo on it.
I gotta get me a pair of those.
Yeah, I would love to see Al wearing something like that. Or hoodies.
No. Unbelievable.
And then there's the Scallywag shirt.
If Mark
you just have to put like CF on that, and then when I put them on, it would say clusterfuck. You know, it would expand.
So the Son of Liberty Radio swag, you know, somebody was in the chat room a while ago, said that they didn't like commercializing, but you know, we need these.
Good night, Skip.
You need to sell these. You need to wear these, because these are awesome. Like my blood, sweat, and tears went into these.
That's right.
I really like the newest one though. I really like the Walk the Plank design.
Demetrius hasn't ordered.
Very cool.
Yet?
He got the nicotine enhanced, but
not
I think he's been out of the country. He has not taken this one because he was in Greece.
Yeah.
Henage tried to order one of these last week, and it wouldn't let him from Thailand. Apparently, it did not like his credit card. But yeah, look.
I'll make sure Thailand is on the shipping
vape bans list.
The vape ban shipping list, though.
No.
It'll
That's
cost
Kevin,
like-
actually.
it'll be-
Except
it'll be
I don't
one
think Kevin can grow facial hair.
It'll be one expensive vape band.
It is kind of pricey. Yeah.
To ship a vape band overseas is like $15. But it's, you know, unless I put it in a regular self-addressed envelope, you know, with a stamp on it, I'm like, do not put through sorter. Yeah, so it'll be worth buying a couple of them at a time instead of just one. But
we need to find a Chinese shipper.
Oh, Jesus.
We just need to warehouse them in China somewhere.
Well, which reminds me, these are going to have to be bagged. You know, with COVID, I'm going to have to bag them individually so that they're just already prepackaged like that.
We could sell them in a bag of 5.
I could do that too, as long as I'm not bagging them. My factory will bag them. So
just sell them in duplicates.
I'll probably do at least 2.
Yeah,
you know, so a pack of 2.
Because most people got more than one tank. And we got to protect that glass, man.
You always want somebody to buy something and give it to a friend too. So,
yeah. Spread the word. FDA is a clusterfuck.
The United States is a clusterfuck.
Well, that's kind of what she said. Is I want to know how America is going to navigate through this clusterfuck.
I could put her Twitter on the other side of the ban.
No,
I won't do that. I can't do that.
You might not appreciate that.
That would be fun. Just like a really limited edition. Just
just hers, right?
Just hers.
See,
I'll make
now
some
I don't.
especially for her.
Now I want to download that video and clip just the Judy part and put it on Twitter. I had refrained from pirating the video because I wanted people to go to GTFN's sites to get them more traffic. But now I just want to clip that one part.
What?
And just put it on Twitter.
Cluster, like have it repeat itself on a repeater.
Well, that whole sentence. I
want to use my own words. Clusterfuck. I want to use clusterfuck. Clusterfuck.
Here, let's see.
Like what was that guy back in the past?
Max Headroom.
Max Headroom. Yeah. We need a clusterfuck with the head shaking and everything like that, and like maybe a square picture of the persons in the background making their faces. Clusterfuck.
Poor Judy. Judy probably didn't think of all this.
Like those Yanks are.
Make it like a Tourette's video. Sorry.
Yeah, those Yanks are pretty.
I was doing it now. You're editing it on the fly. Crazy.
No, I'm not editing.
Just put it on TikTok.
Poor woman. She gonna whip our ass.
I might have to put if you do a really good clip and you post it on YouTube.
Thank you. That was excellent. I actually read your writing too, and it's brilliant. So thank you for that, Amanda.
Brilliant.
It's interesting. I'm dying to see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck that they.
If you cut the video right, I'll put it on the website.
Again, clusterfuck.
I'll put it right next to the vape band. It'll be part of the video of why the band was created.
It's interesting. I'm dying to see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck that they.
So I'm just gonna do that. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck.
I'm dying to clusterfuck. That's the way I say it.
No, that's
it in itself is freaking great. Just the word.
She summed it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. DJ said that's a good idea. Max Headroom on TikTok everywhere.
Yeah. Louder.
Leave us alone. Leave adults alone. Tend to your fucking kids. Parenting is an action verb. Good night, Mark. Yeah.
Maybe we put that. Yeah. Clusterfuck. Yeah.
Clusterfuck.
Inspiration comes from the strangest places.
Yeah, there it is right there. There's the video.
Fubar.
Download.
I wonder if I have to make this band only over the age of 18. Can you purchase it? You know?
It does have profanity on it, sir.
It's a tobacco product. No, it's not.
No, fuck them. It's a multi-purpose product.
It's an accessory after the fact.
What are they gonna do?
I wouldn't want to call it one of Patrick's sex toys, but you never know.
I can make them small.
It's got to be like the size of a thimble.
As long as it works on my ruler, we're good.
Whoever stole this stole the low res version.
We do micromillimeters.
It's the low res version, guys.
He's just ignoring it.
I am not going to
make it glow in the dark, so not just he can find it, but she can find it.
I'm not going to respond to your Character assassinations.
You have to have character to have assassinations.
Walked into that.
Lordy, lordy, lordy.
Let's see if this one's higher res version.
You're giving him too much credit, Paul. Tic Tac size.
Oh,
that's the cartridge. The cartridge band will fit on there in a Tic Tac.
Oh my god!
This version is not the entire thing.
Oh well.
Oh well, we're just gonna have to use the lower resolution version.
There you go.
It's not gonna be high def. It's not gonna be high def. Whatever happened to Malice? I haven't heard from Malice doll in a long time.
She's
every once in a
around.
while, I'll see her on Twitter. Malice and I used to do all sorts of shows together. Joe and oh dear Lord, my mind just went blank. In the Redhead.
Hey, watch your mouth.
We're at one event, then I would go. Malice and I would go to it if there were two events on the same weekend. I would go to a different one with Malice. There it is. I've been having like an error on my thing forever.
I thought I was going to drop in a little bit ago.
Well, it is midnight. It's actually 1 a.m. in New York. Yes, Robin. If Robin and Joe were at one event, I would be at a different event with Malice. So there's a really cool picture of Aaron Biebert at the Vaping Militia booth with me and Malice, which was funny because Malice was all in her regalia, you know. She was an enjoyable person to hang out with. She'd be like, "Hey, you go over there and do your advocacy thing. I'll sell T-shirts at the booth. Go ahead, go."
Go on now.
Go do your thing. And be like, I don't wanna go on stage.
Doesn't matter.
You
did it anyway.
Julie, like at the very first vaping event I went to, very first one, the militia and Kasab were sharing a booth. So me and Alex and Julie, and I had a friend of mine here in Texas that would come and hang out at the booth while I did the advocacy thing. And I was like, she's like, "Oh, Kasab's going to do a talk on the stage." I'm like, "Okay." And she'd be like, No.
Mm-hmm.
You have to come too. And I'm like, "I don't want to talk to these dumbasses." She's like, "You got to come." Grabbed me by the scruff of my neck and dragged me up on stage. So,
Andrew, while you're on here, tell us about you.
Tell us about me. I'm tired.
He makes vape bands.
I make vape bands. You can find my products at vapeband.com.
There you go. There you
go. And follow me on Twitter at vapeband or at ABKAYE. That's my personal.
Do you actually?
Yeah, don't put their like at ABK on the post you made. Like don't open that up for her to come after me now. And I use Twitter a lot. I got banned from Facebook for the first time this week.
What?
What did you do?
I got a 24-hour ban for posting a buy one get one free photograph.
Look at Troop's comment.
That is too funny. He didn't sleep with me in the way that he slept in the same room. And there's a very funny story that we shared a room, and I went to the room before he got back to the room, and I passed out sitting on his bed that he was supposed to sleep on.
Oh,
and then he came back and he got into the bed I was going to sleep in. And I got up in the middle of the night and I went to the bathroom, I think. And then I got back and I went and I'm like, "Dude, what are you doing in my bed?" Because I didn't realize I had fallen asleep in a different bed. I was just very confused. And that's the story about me sleeping with Drew.
And that's all we're going to know.
I've actually heard
That's
quite a lot of
about it.
people say I was confused. I was just experimenting. I was confused.
And that was actually, and that particular time was when Mike Morgan came out with his first mods, the first 5.
That was in Chicago.
No, it was in
No.
Raleigh. Wasn't it in Raleigh? What was it, like VaporCon or something like that?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't know. That was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Mm-hmm. Should have said Virginia.
No, it was at VaporCon.
Virginia.
All right, so where's my downloads?
I don't know.
We got clusterfuck in Max Headroom style yet? I'm waiting for that.
Well, that's what I'm working, man. I'm working.
I want Judy to be mad at you, not me.
Yeah. I'm on 3 milligram. Don't blame me. That's all I can get. That's all I can get.
We got to figure out where this damn video went that I just downloaded.
It's a clusterfuck. This is just a great play on words. The whole thing. There's nothing. Perfect. There is. Listen, I bet this thing takes 2 months for me to get shipped to the United States. It'll be a clusterfuck.
If you don't get it in before the end of the year, because Chinese New Year.
Well, they just got back from vacation now, too. So they had a holiday.
Mm-mm-mm.
You don't want to be in that situation.
No.
You'll never see it.
Nope.
Where
I imagine Judy will probably not watch the show, but she'll see the tweet.
Look at what these damn Yanks did.
I followed her on Twitter.
I found the video there.
I followed you, and then I followed her, and
she's pretty awesome. She's not a lot of constant tweeting, but when she tweets, it's usually pretty damn good. So factual. Some of the best ones really don't tweet a lot, but when they tweet well, you know. And she's one of them. Alan's another one. It's amazing some of the tweets that he comes up with. Factual links. Juka's another one.
It's almost a full-time job.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you're on there all the time. It's a lot. I mean, you're searching, you're reading, things are flying by. Yeah.
And you can miss a lot. Yeah.
And then you write a response tweet, and then you delete it because you're like, it's not going to be right. You know.
I've deleted a few.
No, I mean, not after you post it. Like, I write them, and then I'm like, I can't write that.
If you saw the tweets I didn't post.
Oh my God. I mean, jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I'm making some serious sexual innuendos in my posts on vape bans because these things are little, and like, protect your ooze from becoming, all these different things,
Have you seen my penis? Right.
Use, instead of like, suit up, I'm doing similar things like, suit your pen up with whatever. Suit up with vape pen.
That's right.
This is the cheapest protection you can get, and it's a
wear your rubber.
All.
I've got my rubbers on. I'm protecting my penis. Even if the FDA says no.
I think you have to get FDA approval on that one, though. Can you imagine submitting that?
At this point, they can kiss my ass. I'm a couple times behind on telling them that. Patrick, what is it you're doing?
I'm max headrooming.
Oh, God, this is going to be great. Can you actually make it so she's a different color? Like, digitize her?
I could do that, but for now,
I think we should have I think, Patrick, are you following her first of all?
Yeah.
Oh, you should
Then
post it when you're done.
Then I think you should invite her on to chastise all three of us at once.
Andrew said that he didn't want to have any part of our reindeer games.
I think I have to say that she would I'm thinking she's going to appreciate this band without any question, shape, or form. I don't think you need to send it to her. She's probably going to come up on the site and buy one, but I'll give her a coupon code or something, called clusterfuck01 or something, but I just think it's better surprise for her. Like, she's going to see that thing that you guys just tweeted, and then she's going to look up what a vape band is, and then like a month from now, there's going to be one on the site with a video of Max Headroom on the vape band site.
No, man. Not to take away from Amanda's amazing speech.
Not at all. We should.
Oh my God. Mm-mm-mm.
It is, though. I mean, it's the first response to Amanda's speech was clusterfuck.
Right. So sad and so freaking true.
Oh, it couldn't be more poignant.
All right, let me save this real quick.
Oh, we're gonna get a preview.
He's gonna be up all night tweaking this. It's that good, probably. He's not sharing anything. He's turned his sound off. He's got it going. He's got
my sound off.
You got smoke coming out of her ears now.
Don't make her evil.
I want to use clusterfuck. Clusterfuck.
Max. Max fucking.
I love that show, actually.
Clusterfuck.
Oh, it's in the videos. Okay. Here it is. All right.
To see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck, 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 clusterfuck.
Is that too many clusterfucks?
I love Judy. I don't care.
Just 3 would be good, I think. Clusterfuck, clusterfuck, clusterfuck. Maybe with like a couple of repeats of what you have to say. So funny. The people in the far back in the upper left-hand corner, that one woman is like, shut up, man. Let me listen to what she's going to say. She's going to say clusterfuck.
They knew.
The journalist in the back in the green is like doing a spell check for clusterfuck. The woman in the red, I mean, she's just like, she's like attracted to her.
Yeah, the guy.
That guy's, oh my God, did she just say fuck?
They're British.
The other guy's the guy with a hand on his head. He's just like, can vaping just be over? And there's a guy is that guy in the pink tie, like from a C-store?
I don't know.
It looks like a C-store owner from New York.
To see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck, 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 clusterfuck.
I think 3 or 4 is fine.
That's
the
4. Original one in three copies.
That's right.
I wish I had the ability to make her sunglasses into like Mac Daddy like sunglasses.
Oh, just get vapor coming out of her orifices.
Orifices. Man,
it's great.
I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty all right.
Please send all complaints too.
Wait till I tell the factory what this means.
There you go. See?
Don't fuck the band up, okay? Because that'll be a clusterfuck. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah, don't fuck it up.
What's the status of the clusterfuck band? This is what I'll be asking for a month.
It's a clusterfuck. We don't know.
The good thing is I don't have much in the hopper right now, so this is perfect timing.
There you go.
Ooh, hey, we did something good for once.
There you go.
I'm doing some.
You putting the cool glasses and
No,
shades
I can't
on.
do that. I'm just doing some weird color adjustments. I'm sure this this video program that I have does a lot of shit that I don't know what it does.
Yeah.
So now that we've got like 15 people just like hanging out at us, like making us like
you really should
act like a bunch of idiots.
I don't know if this is necessary. You could put this up. You could post this somewhere. This is.
I'm gonna tag GTFN and I'm gonna tag them in this.
Tag the FDA
when I tweet it. All right, let's remove it.
Fuck it, tag POTUS.
Well, I'm gonna.
Why not?
He knows I don't like him already, so it doesn't matter.
We'll just flood the White
to
House.
see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again: clusterfuck, 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 clusterfuck.
That's good. That's funny. It's like the Marilyn Monroe clusterfuck video.
I think that's pretty okay. I don't think I need to edit it again.
Play it again.
I'm dying to see what America's going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again: clusterfuck, 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 clusterfuck.
It's great.
That's right.
I think it's pretty good.
Dude, that'll go viral.
That's right.
That's got to go on TikTok.
Well, I don't. We're gonna have to find a teenager because I don't know how to do that.
Walks you through it.
I'm on it, but I don't know if I can do it in a day.
I don't think anybody would. I don't know. Maybe people wouldn't get it unless you have a lot of followers. But, gee, maybe send it to Amanda.
All right, we're gonna tweet now.
At least send it to. You should definitely just send that video to Amanda, just because she's at the airport. I don't know if she's still watching, but
I don't know. She's probably on a plane somewhere. She said she was gonna listen to the show while she was still on the plane. She was gonna buy the airplane Wi-Fi so that she could.
Yeah.
She could watch the show while she's hanging out with us.
Paul said put it on all platforms. That's great.
Well, it's already on all platforms because I just edited it on all of live on the show. But
true, it is on all platforms.
All right, so let's see. Thanks to.
I'm part of it.
Is it 2021? Is it hashtag GFTN? No, it's GTFN.
Are you adding it? You should just add it to the tweet. If you're going to do that, you might as well just add it to the tweet that he just tweeted with the fact that we just said it.
No,
is that the same thread?
No, I'm gonna do it separately.
Okay.
And then we can always tag it. We can.
Don't tag it. It's enough. Although I really think, wouldn't it be great to see another UK meeting with all these people with clusterfuck bands? We should send a bag. Amanda, next time she goes to one of these things, if she ever has the chance, she could just hand them out. Everybody can have a clusterfuck band. GTFN-2021.
So Sarah Jakes in 2017 said, if you see vaping consumer advocates constantly ranting on, it's because we are trying to stop you lot fucking it up. Kind of the same, but you can't put that on a band.
I could fit it. You'd be surprised.
I think that was a global forum on nicotine, if I remember right. Yeah.
It'd be better as like a jewel sleeve, though, with all that written on it.
That would work.
Somebody asked me to make a jewel sleeve years ago, and I didn't do it. I didn't want to do it. I wanted nothing to do with jewel.
Yeah.
I don't, because then it's putting my bands in the hands of a lot of,
Yep.
I didn't need that. Nobody needs that. It's just childish.
Yep.
Even though my bands do fit Jules.
Yeah.
Some of them.
They're
Never
not
pushed it. I'm not pushing it.
I wouldn't think they would be protecting those as much, but
Well, what's great about a band that's small for an AIO device is that it helps drop. When you put the band next to you the device next to you while you're driving the car, it doesn't slide, it doesn't move. If it's on your lap, if you put two bands on one AIO and one on the other, and you're carrying two of them, and one battery dies, at least when you go in your pocket, you can pick the one that you want out, so you can identify it by the bands on it. So it protects it, but it also helps identify it.
Yep. Mine have saved.
And they fit Caliburns. Mine fit Caliburns really well. So they're junior bands on my website at vapeband.com.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I hate this damn thing when you. All right, there we go.
I hate to say it, but it's a clusterfuck.
It's our favorite word.
Well, I like it in Old English. It's a clusterfuck. Yes. It's a clusterfuck.
Yes. If an American would have said that, it wouldn't be the same.
So it says, thanks to hashtag GTFN 2021
oh my God.
for showing the world the clusterfuck that is FDA tobacco's regulation of vaping products and its killing of a true tobacco harm reduction miracle. Special shout out to the lovely Judy G and Amanda Wheeler 32.
Zero left to lose. Zero left to lose.
So I got
put the link in. Is that your site? That's your post. So
this will be on my Twitter in just a minute.
Twitter.
So you think I should add nothing left to lose? Sure. Kevin?
Why not?
Are you suggesting that for an edit? Let's see if I have it.
No, I wasn't suggesting it. I was just saying it because that's what Amanda had said to us quite some time ago.
Yes,
on our show.
But she also said hashtag NUTO, and I don't know that that's a. Well, I guess if we're using clusterfuck, I guess we can use that too.
Oh, that's right. You're using hashtag clusterfuck. You crazy.
Well,
it's never been. It's been used.
It's been used. Yeah.
We're taking it over, bitches.
But this was said eloquently, so such a beautiful accent too.
I mean, the etiquette leading up to it was just
perfection.
If you needed to bleep it, you knew ahead of time.
All right. So that is now tweeted. Please, everyone, go retweet it now.
Did you done tweet it over? Good. Where are you? Oh, there it is. Look at that. Bam. The bam. Poor Amanda. It'll be fine.
And it's on a loop.
Yep. I've seen a lot worse than this. So.
See, the nonsense that Kevin gets me into is all Kevin's fault.
Yeah. That's what you can say in court, but that doesn't mean it'll stick.
Just saying.
I don't have the editing capabilities, nor the brains.
Well, the Max Headroom is not mine.
No, there we are. We're live on Son of Liberty Twitter.
Oh yeah, no, we're live everywhere, bitches.
Bitches.
I'm just using bitches all the time now. That's my new thing.
Can I ask a question? How do you bookmark a post? I want to bookmark this.
So you go. Okay, I'll show you. So if you go to the tweet on your computer, let's go to share screen. We will do a Twitter tutorial, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, because I haven't been able to figure this out.
Patrick Laurie is Philip Morris International employee and a former diplomat, philosophy of technology geek. Still curious as when he was 5, liked that tweet. Just so you know.
Oh, we have some likes already?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
this
6 retweets and 7 likes.
I should have been on this tweet.
It says likes my retweet.
It's going to be very popular. I should do a coming soon clusterfuck vape band underneath. It's my response to the tweet.
There you go. So to favorite or bookmark your tweet, Patrick.
Yes.
You can do it.
Walk me through.
Go down a little bit to the bottom of it. And then where you have the arrow, click on your arrow with the underscore or whatever the frick that is.
Oh, okay.
Share, hit it. There you go. Add tweet to bookmark. And now it's in your bookmarks. Now on your left is where your bookmarks are, if you didn't know. And then you can find your tweet and whatever tweet you like.
Blam.
That's it?
Kablam. That's it.
Kablam. That's it.
That's awesome.
It's at the bottom. And
it's got 9 retweets and 11
to see
likes.
what America is going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck, 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 clusterfuck. I'm dying to see what America is going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word again, clusterfuck, 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 clusterfuck. I'm dying to see what.
I have to say it's probably one of the more genius posts I've seen in a long time. Like that's just that you can't ask for better material than that for this industry.
Clusterfuck.
That's just one big clusterfuck.
Oh, I gotta see who has liked it. Let's look at likes. Let's see. Well,
Jay.
Didymus and Mariwa and Jay and Hamish and Mallory and
what?
Yeah. Yeah.
That crazy girl.
And the Plume Room and Patrick Loris and Troop and
You're up to
Paul and
13.
Bruni and some nerd named Vaping It and Leanna.
And me, I just liked it.
And then retweets, let's see, Didymus and Hamish and Jay and Mallory and the Plume Room and Troop and Paul and Bruni and Vaping It and Leanna.
That's right.
So Patrick, the other Patrick, the Patrick that works for Big Tobacco,
he liked it. Now
he liked it. He did not retweet it.
That's pretty big for me. To me, rather, not for me, to me.
Yeah. One quoted retweet by Jay.
Yeah.
Oh, see, Jay. Here, we'll show Jay's retweet of our tweet. She sums it up eloquently. Hashtag clusterfuck, hashtag public health, hashtag WHO, hashtag for the people, emphasis.
Now that's loud.
Great.
I think we should we should actually do. Somebody should retweet it and use the hashtag regulatory arson.
I'll do it.
I quite enjoyed that phrase in the speech.
I'll overtweet, quote tweet, regulatory arson.
Yeah. See how evil we can get when idle hands and all that.
Person.
Yes, and Jay is at Aloha Jay.
Yeah, follow each other. There's no reason not to.
Everybody should be following everybody, unless you're like church.
Regulatory.
Okay, I just followed Don Green and Bruni. I already follow. Who else has retweeted the show that Addie, Hamish, Snidely, Paul, and Raj. I don't follow Raj. Now I do.
I'm making sure I'm spelling regulatory. It's wrong.
I wasn't following Andrew. Now I'm following Andrew. He says that he's an entrepreneur / CEO.
Yeah, you don't lie.
CEO.
I should like you as my.
Oh, no, right?
There. Regulatory arson over Jay.
Right. So you retweeted Jay's retweet of my retweet or of my tweet?
Yes, correct. That is correct. Would you like me to do yours as well, sir?
No, that's fine. I just want it to exist. I just want that hashtag to exist.
Regulatory
and
arson is.
I feel guilty about retweeting myself.
It's the only one. I just checked.
So
you don't retweet yourself. You make a new comment over yourself. You don't ever.
Yeah, I still feel guilty about that too. It seems like,
that.
Who
cares? Does it have a point? Is it poignant? Is it current? I love your work. Paul said, love your work. I think he's talking to you.
Not me.
Because regulatory arson, I just checked this
So
with the hashtag.
now I found Amanda where she said I fangirl Judy.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to take the clusterfuck video.
Yeah.
And reply to Amanda's tweet and tag Judy again.
Didymus said it's only sad if you like your own tweets. So there you go.
Well,
Judy's going to be whooping somebody's ass in the morning.
I will deny responsibility.
Request for denial denied is what?
I don't doubt that she gets up early. It's only 6:30 there. So she's probably seen this already.
She may have.
You know, this could make the papers. Can you imagine?
Right?
How do you do a heart in Twitter?
On Twitter?
In
You
your
got to
phone?
use
Or
your
on your-
You got to use that little button.
that little
Is there like a smiley face emoji? Is that what?
Yeah,
I gotta
there's
go
an
with the
emoji
emojis?
button.
use the emoji button.
I
first.
found it. I
Then
found
you
it.
can search.
Then you can type heart and it'll bring it up if you want, or you got to look for it. One of the two.
Well, there's a couple smiley faces with hearts.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna use one of the smiley faces with the hearts. How about
I should share it so I can get lit up on mine. I'm not sharing it on Vapeband, but I'll share it on my personals. It's funny. I'm gonna do it. I'll keep it going. I'll do it a little later. Too many of them happening now. It's definitely trending.
Tomorrow I want to wake up and see that hashtag clusterfuck has taken over the trending line on Twitter.
Yeah. It's better than desk murder.
Hamish Paul, thanks for the follow.
Do you think Twitter will ban me for using clusterfuck in a tweet?
I doubt it.
I don't know.
Because I've never been banned on anything.
I hope PayPal lets me sell it. Clusterfuck shouldn't be such a big deal. I mean,
It's freedom of speech. First Amendment. Hello. Fuck 'em.
We
I'm
are
okay.
naughty.
It'll be all right.
Maybe I'll only sell the band on the black market. So the only way you could get it is to hook a brother up, you know? You want it? Sure.
Send one to Mitch Zeller, though.
I'll ship it out in a used bag.
Didymus says he swears all the time and doesn't get blocked, so I don't want to get one of those.
I say
remove this
shit.
tweet.
I say
this tweet or be banished for 30 days.
I
or
say
something.
things like protect your shit, put a vape band on it, you know, like all the time. The word shit doesn't matter. I do what the fuck, WTF all the time. Nobody gives a shit about that for sure. But
Do that on a. I did that to Truth the other day.
I do the abbreviation.
Yeah, that's what I did.
yeah, I do
WTF.
I so want to do hashtag motherfucker though. That's a really big thing. That's a great one.
What, you don't think somebody's already done it?
I'm sure they have. I haven't found a real reason to do it.
Yeah.
I did write one recently though.
So I did a search for hashtag motherfucker. Do you want to know what the number one response was?
What?
Maroon 5.
Okay.
Which I don't get. I don't. Yeah. But yes, there's several. It's already been used, so we're fine. Hashtag motherfucker.
Yeah.
Don't use it.
There's actually a picture of
You
a
don't need to use
onesie
it.
here that says "My dad is a motherfucker."
You don't need to use it. I wasn't saying.
No, I just wanted to see if it actually had been used and had anyone had any repercussions.
Nah, probably not.
Well, if I did hashtag cunt, I probably would get in trouble.
I don't know. I do not know.
So I said on my response to the thread, I put Judy is my third favorite woman now, only behind my mother and wife.
Yeah.
See, I'm hashtag
And Marilyn. I love Marilyn.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of women that I love, but
Yeah.
for the purposes of this tweet.
But is it time to stop being nice? Is it time for this?
We have not been nice for a long time, Kevin.
It's a long past time to stop being nice to me.
I'm ready to break shit.
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
all right, so it's almost 1. We've created a viral video of a wonderful young woman saying clusterfuck. We've talked about the awesomeness of our show, and we've talked about the amazing speech at Global Tobacco Nicotine Forum by our friend Amanda Wheeler. We've played a great video from Steve Forbes. We've talked about CAFRA and their the scope conference during the COP9 thing. So I think we've done everything that we intended to do tonight. We brought Owl in, who's going to make an amazing, awesome vape band that says #clusterfuck on it. So I think we've done everything we're supposed to do. We have done our work, Kevin.
Yep. Follow Judy on.
Yes, if you don't already. Oh no. Who did this?
Funny thing is, when the band does come out, we'll take a really nice photograph of it, and then we'll bring this whole Twitter feed back up.
So,
yep,
Mallory. All right, so I have to show this real quick because this just shows how like shit works on in the internet.
Yep.
So I posted this tweet, right, and then Mallory just posted under me and tagged a whole bunch of people, right, and then put a whole bunch of hashtags.
Yeah.
#clusterfuck, and then there was a reply to her tweet. How do I get to it? Or was it a like?
Click on her post above to get to them while you're already on it.
I just gotta. No, there's a retweet. Is it this one that was retweeted? No, Raj. It's down here. It was this one that was retweeted by COPD Research.
It's a bot.
It's a bot that retweets the tag #COPD.
It's a bot that admits that it's a bot.
Oh, that's funny.
If you put public health, there's a public health bot too, but I can't remember the name of it offhand.
We need to figure that shit out because we need to make them retweet stuff that they would never possibly ever consider retweeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, who's saying goodnight?
Good night, Troop.
Jay says goodnight, and then Troop says goodnight. What are the?
And I'm gonna say goodnight too.
I'm gonna say goodnight too. That's why I asked if we were done. We did all of our shit. So, Owl, when you get that vape band, you'll have to let us know so that we can drive traffic to the vape band website.
I think we'll have to announce it right here, play the video back, and then release it and make it available for sale.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and I'll send you. I'll private message you the video so that you can put it on your website.
Yeah, and then we'll figure out a way to put it out there so everybody who actually saw that tweet will see it as well. So it'll be great.
Do you remember the night that we created the #clusterfuck?
Oh,
here is the inspiration.
Troop is saying goodnight to Jay.
Yeah, I'm going to do that now. There, I sent you the video. Private message.
Wow, I get to play that. Sweet.
So now you have possession
possession of a video. Can I download it?
Be responsible.
Downloads.
You'll be able to left or right
Oh,
click on it and
it's
download
done. It's downloaded.
it. It's only 10
responsible.
seconds or so.
Be responsible with your power.
It's downloaded and it's been added to iPhoto. It's been imported and it's playing in my ears right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's really
See how-
perfect clip. I'm
so-
dying.
Everything. I'm dying.
Clusterfuck, clusterfuck,
My
clusterfuck.
favorite word.
That's right.
Oh, that's
Exactly
just
right.
fucking brilliant.
Yes.
Do you think am I allowed to put that on my website? Is that, I guess I could do
Yes.
it if it's a YouTube. So if it's a YouTube video,
Yeah.
I'll link it to the YouTube.
Yeah.
And just
They
the word,
broadcasted that all over the internet, so I don't think anybody cares.
well, she might.
Nah.
Fuck it.
She seems like, I think she's the kind of woman that would be proud
That she
that
did
there's a
that.
video of her on loop saying clusterfuck. She seemed to take a certain point of pride by saying, I'm going to use my favorite word again, clusterfuck.
It's really great. I'm dying to see what America is going to do to this. I'll use my favorite word, clusterfuck, clusterfuck. It's great. It's really good. I love it. I can't wait to do this.
I love Judy.
I'm going to add that to the intro.
That's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the new intro is really short, so, I've been adding clips to the intro over the last year and a half, and then I was editing this, all these videos. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to make it really super short.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had video of Charlie saying he doesn't like us, so
Yep, of course, yeah.
I'm going to tweet that son of a bitch, too. That's going to be our new commercial.
But when I heard that, I listened to the Q&A afterwards with Amanda's speech, and then I tweeted, I heard that, comma, Judy G with the exclamation points and a bunch of hearts, and she said, "Oops," with 2 smiley faces.
So apparently Grover Norquist is tweeting about the video now too. So I just retweeted Grover.
Really?
Gitchell retweeted it as well.
Really?
He said
Really?
he says I doubt my retweeting of Grover Norquist will become a habit, but I do very much agree with this. Because Grover is one of those divisive peoples.
Yeah, I know.
But I'll retweet.
Joe
Joe Gitchell
retweeted
too.
it. Joe retweeted it? Wow. Thanks, Joe. What? Oh, wait a minute.
One of the questions after Amanda's speech was, what do you think about disposable devices?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, she's not going to have a high opinion of them because she's an open vapor company.
Yeah.
And she did respond the way I thought she would. I don't actually give a shit about disposable devices. If they're made right and people use them and it helps them, I don't have an opinion about them. I mean, if they're shit, then they're shit. But, there quite possibly could be some good ones.
Yep.
The Enjoy King and the Enjoy Daily were both disposable devices that have been around for, I don't know, 7-8 years. And I loved the Enjoy King. And I loved the Enjoy Daily.
Enjoy Kings were good.
There you go.
I had one that I saved as a prop for years, and I don't know what I did with it. It's gone now. But yeah, the Enjoy King was a pretty awesome little thing. And if they still made them, I would probably still have them because you never know when your battery's going to die and you need something. Because I don't know anything else that's on the market that I would buy now. Because I won't buy a Juul. Because I don't like nicotine.
I can't stand salt, Nick.
Can't do it.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna get going.
Thanks for coming, man. And
thank you for having me.
Let us know when the vape bans are coming, and we will will sell the shit out of them.
All right. I'll talk to you a bit later. Everybody have a really good night, and talk to you soon.
Bye. Well, hell, I mean, Kevin left me. Kevin turned the camera off. I heard the grandbaby in the background. So I don't know. I guess we're gonna call it quits when Kevin comes back. I don't want to say goodbye until Kevin comes back, but I think this week has been a pretty good week, even though there was a lot of bad shit happen. More MDOs, bad news, the fucking depression stick nonsense. But Amanda's speech put a little bit of wind in our sails, get us a little fired up, a little bit of fire in our belly, ready to go beat our enemies to death if we have to. So, I think the takeaway is that we still have spirit and we're ready to fight, but everybody's got to get on the same fucking page. We can't have 15 different people coming from 15 different directions right now. Well, Mallory, Mallory, you're bringing up Raja, which we've talked about quite often. Dick Durbin, we've talked about, but there's 35 other congressmen that are signatories to that letter. It's not just those two. We need to actually get people that live in the districts of those people that are constantly writing those letters to the FDA, and have their constituents hit them up and say, cut this shit out or we're not going to vote for you. I'm willing to talk to these politicians, but we seriously need to call them to the carpet. Oh, so they're both yours. So yeah, you need to hit them up and say, look, I'm one of, what district are there? That's Illinois, right? Yeah. Everybody that vapes in Illinois should be hitting them up on their emails, hitting them up on Twitter, hitting them up on the phone and say, look, cut this nonsense out. I vape, I'm an adult, and you're threatening to take away the one thing that works for me, that helps me not smoke. If you want to have a face-to-face conversation, let me know, and I will make a trip to wherever you are to sit down and talk to you about the misinformation that you have. I mean, obviously, Dick Durbin is a long-time idiot, and Raja is closing in on being a long-time idiot. But you have to at least make the effort, and I think we should fucking video these. I think we should say, hey, I'm bringing a camera crew with me. I want to sit down and talk to you, and I want it to be recorded for posterity. Like, we need to start calling it, because these assholes will say stuff to you face to face, and then they'll vote whatever way they want to vote. We need to make sure that they are held to account. Oh, I just realized Mariwa just liked my reply that Judy was my third favorite woman, and I did not include Mariwa on the list.
Well, see, then there you go.
Now I feel guilty.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Kevin, what do you think?
I think it's a clusterfuck, and that's what it is. And that's what we need to.
We should rename the show Clusterfuck.
We are a clusterfuck.
Hashtag clusterfuck.
Clusterfucks are us. Or US.
Us.
It's a sad thing that you can watch politicians who say, and Raja or whatever the fuck his name is, said, well, the evidence doesn't show that it helps people quit. So I quote tweeted the NASEM because, yeah, it's evidence you don't want to show that shows it, but you
actually,
don't want to
Mallory, if a politician throws away a written letter, that's actually that's a crime. Every piece of physical mail that gets sent to a congressional office must be saved, and they have to be put into the congressman's
public record
archives. Everything has to be saved. They cannot throw a letter away. They can delete an email, but they cannot throw a physical letter away.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kevin.
That's all right.
I just wanted to respond to that.
Just the evidence that he ignores. That's all. It's you know the story. It's all the same.
The video has 71 views already. Doesn't have 71 likes or retweets, but it does have 71 views.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so my quote was, his quote is, "There's simply no evidence that vapes help quit smoking." I said, "There's simply no evidence," in his quotation marks, "you'll allow," and I put the report from the NASE and the meme. Anyway.
There's quite a few scientific studies that
There's
show
a
that
shit potload.
vaping is significantly more successful at getting people to quit smoking than any other NRT. So,
as a politician, will not allow that in court. Obviously, bring me to court to Frank, and bring me to court to Raja, and bring me to court to Dick. I'll go in there. I don't care. I'll go all D.
I got nothing left to lose, Kevin. I have
Nothing.
a career outside of vaping.
Zero. Go all D. Snyder on them.
You know, vaping does not put a roof over my head.
No.
And I'm not worried about losing my business.
Right.
Because I work in healthcare and there will be sick people forever.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a problem going in front of Congress or in front of the Senate or any legislative body and telling the truth. But there's nothing they can do to me.
And nationally, have we ever been represented nationally in a congressional hearing like the ones that they've had with PAVE?
No.
And why is that, Patrick? Could you tell me that one?
Because they don't love us.
Oh.
We don't say the things they want to hear.
Oh, okay. But how come the PAVE girls can get in there? Karen.
Because they say things that they want to hear.
So Karen can walk in there with their kids and then parade them around.
How many times? When has a consumer ever gotten called to the White House?
Hardly ever.
There was no consumers in the vaping.
Oh no, you're right.
Donald Trump.
You're right. I believe.
But there was mommy group there.
I believe during ACT UP there were, but I don't know for sure.
I meant specifically about vaping. I mean that because ACT UP was not a consumer issue. That was a health issue. That was a moms and tons of regular citizens have been in Congress and spoken, but specifically in a vaping thing, they've had industry people there. They've had that wasn't a federal level thing, but that the talk show lady, the one that has the radio show, did testify in a state thing. Yeah. I can see her. I can see her in my head, but I can't remember what her name is. But yeah, Kassad didn't get invited to the White House.
Nope. No, we've not been
there. They should have been invited. I'm not blaming Kassad for not being there. I'm blaming the people responsible for inviting them or not inviting them. At this point, I have more to lose than these businesses do, because they're losing their livelihood. But if they take vaping away from me, I guarantee I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes. Yeah, because I liked cigarettes.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
And
I really did.
I know for a fact that if this goes away and I run out of nicotine in my hoard, and I have no other options 3 years down the road or whatever, how long it takes me to get through all this, because I got 250 milligrams, so it'll last a little bit longer. I'm gonna go and buy a cigar. I'm gonna go buy tobacco and use my pipe, or I'm gonna go buy a pack of cigarettes.
Yep,
I will. I know I will, because I liked it. So if there's not an option to substitute the thing that I really like, I'm gonna go to the thing that I really like.
Yeah, taking away an adult's choice. Period.
Land of the free, my ass.
Mm-hmm. Do as you're told.
I'm not wearing pants, so my ass is already free.
Follow the FDA guidelines, will you, please?
So Mallory tags Planet of the Vapes.
Oh yeah, good. Good. You know, it seems to me that Planet of the Vapes hits a lot more of the U.S. stuff than the U.S. people do.
And they're in the UK.
Dave's Mosley was writing. I don't know where Mosley went, and Dave Cross has also been writing for them for quite some time, and I do enjoy their stuff, which I get to see from Vapors UK before everybody else usually. But yeah, you can follow them. They're on Twitter. They're on the Twitter web.
The interwebs.
Planet of the Vapes.
The interwebs. So anyway, Kevin, have a good weekend.
I got shit to do.
You got the grandkid all weekend again?
No, that was the dog and the freaking cat at the same time.
Oh, I thought it sounded like grandkid or something.
No, he's not here tonight. He's taking a day off.
I was gonna say I didn't hear him screaming earlier. But y'all. Not only do I want you to retweet this, but retweet the video. Retweet the Vimeo video.
Yeah.
You know, the YouTube video is cool, and somebody put it on Facebook, but retweet the actual official video out. Get retweet, if that video on the Vimeo site gets enough views, that's going to let them know that they need to go ahead and upload it to YouTube, and then drive traffic through their channels, because ultimately we want the Global Tobacco and Nicotine Forum to grow and to get legitimacy. And the only way they do that is by having views on their media. They can tell people, look, we had 100,000 views of this Amanda Wheeler video on our YouTube or on our Vimeo. So do that, because we need to promote their work, because they brought in some amazing guests for this conference to talk about tobacco harm reduction and vaping. And we want to perpetuate that. We want them to be able to do this more. I mean, I did swipe the video for tonight's show, which I didn't want to do, but I wanted everybody to see it. I wanted everybody to have an opportunity that didn't see it. You know, we do have a fairly decent footprint. Plus, it goes on the audio podcast and people can listen to it. I would love Amanda. See, the problem is there were so many words on there. I was going to say we could put that on a T-shirt, but nobody would be able to read it because the words would be so small.
Judy's words can be read.
But yes, Judy's words and hashtag regulatory arson will fit on a T-shirt.
And Judy's part of INCO, I believe.
Yes, that's how she introduced herself.
Correct. And yeah, and she might literally take you up on an invite. I don't know, but I don't know if she's been on any shows or not.
Well, she'd be like at 5:30 in the morning her time.
Yeah.
But you never know, for the special coverage for CAFRA, we might be able to get her on or something.
There you go. That'll work.
We have to look at the time slots that are offered to us by CAFRA, because obviously they want to offer first choice to the organizations that are participating, and then the two chuckleheads will have an opportunity later. But also, since we're in America and everybody else is over in Asia Pacific, we probably aren't going to be reaching out for the same time zones anyway.
We'll have the 2 a.m. filler slots.
Yeah, but 2 a.m. in Bangladesh is not the same time as 2 a.m. here.
Yeah.
So they're about a 12 to 14 hour, depending on which line they're on, difference. So, they're on Australia time. So
thank you, Bruni. Thank all of you guys. I love you all. You know that.
But all right, guys, I'm going to play the short outro because we only have a super short outro now. And we will see you in 7 days if you're lucky.
Hello, let me just say I don't like either of you.
Well, that's understandable.